products that you get from petroleum at once. And this is somebody who didn't start out as a petroleum engineer. Even people who study petroleum engineering, some of them may not know in details how much he knows about his business. And he went on and on to talk about, they asked him a question about how did you get the loan that kickstarted the business? And he said something about getting a loan with their balance sheet. And when you talk about balance, I don't know, how many of us are accountants here? Or sorry, you are studying accounting. Or maybe you have a first degree in accounting or anything. Anybody? All right, so let's just go ahead. So he was talking about how they borrowed money against their balance sheet. And so these are some of the things we talk about. How you have a business, you know how much is your revenue, you know how much is your cost margin, you know how much you are spending on expenses, you know how much it costs for you to generate a particular amount of money. So for instance, you hear a business say, we spend 50 naira to generate 100 naira for every product we sell. And that's exactly how you run a business. And so let's go to the next slide. The next slide. So the overview of the financial world, whether you're planning a budget for your household or making investment decisions for your businesses, these concepts are integral to making informed financial choices. And that is it. The next one. So let's talk about the budget first of all. So for instance, somebody wants to, you want to run your house for a month. And it is very important that you come to sit down and ask yourself, why do we do a budget? Because, for instance, there's something you call the federal budget. We all know the federal budget. And before it becomes a budget that they start spending on, it goes through what you call the legislative bidding, and that's why you're hearing things like budget padding and all that. But before then, there is something called the medium-term expenditure framework. And that medium-term expenditure framework is actually when the government sits down to say, this is where we're going to. So for instance, India at some point, the Prime Minister of India sat down a few years ago. What was the major thing there? When he said, we're going to the moon and we're setting up our satellite. Okay, so when he said we're going to the moon, we're going to set up a satellite there on orbit. So what he did was to say, we have a projection. This is where we're going to. So presently, when you look at the economy of India, I was listening, it was the World Business Report. And they were talking about what is happening in India presently. And they said that the private sector is not actually the place where you have more money now. What you have now is that you have more government spending in India. And what government spending does is that government spending stimulates the economy. I'm just trying to teach basic economics. So for instance, the federal government of Nigeria might say, I think there was a country, either Thailand or so at some point, they said, we want to distribute money to every, it's presently going for, that's the crude oil that is basically gotten around Africa and all that. It's presently going for about $70 per barrel. Now, what you call the West Texas Intermediate, the one you get from America through their shale revolution, is going for about $72 per barrel. Now, the budget of Nigeria is pegged at $77 per barrel. Let me explain. So we say, I'm trying to explain expected income and expenses over a specific period of time. So Nigeria has a budget, and they're saying, we're spending so and so trillion of naira. Now, this is our expectation. OPEC has given us to produce 2.1 million barrels of oil per day. Now, when you multiply 2.1 million barrels of oil per day by a certain amount of money, we're expecting that this is going to be our income every day. So that income is what will finance the budget for, let's say, 2024. So what they do is that they go back and say, okay, we've pegged that the worst that will happen is that oil will be at $77 per barrel. That's why you see the benchmark. They call it a benchmark. And they say, if oil is going to sell at $77 per barrel, that is how much we will have per barrel of oil to finance our budget. But presently, it is below that. So that is why you must understand that in your budget, what you factor in, the first thing is that you must understand your expected income. You can't be earning 250,000 and you're spending like somebody who earns 5 million naira. It means you are running towards what is called a budget deficit. And what is a budget deficit? A budget deficit is a budget that you have that the money that is meant to finance the budget is not enough. So you say, for instance, you have an expected expenses of 300,000 naira every month, but your budget, but what you're getting as your salary or your income is basically around 150. So it's not enough. You now have a deficit of 150,000. There are countries that have a budget surplus presently, where they have so much money to finance their budget and they are managing inflation that comes to. So that's exactly what it is. It helps you allocate resources effectively to control your spending and ensure you're saving enough for your future goals. So you hear sometimes people say, I no get future. Now person wey chop get future. So that's exactly why you must have a budget. Now it tells you, for example, if you know you have a fixed income and a certain unavoidable expenses like rent and utilities. And there is something we normally say amongst people who are married. We say pregnancy is not an accident. Am I right? So for instance, a woman takes in, and then for 9 months you say, I don't even have money to go to hospital. It's not an accident now. It took you 9 months to prepare. So that's what it talks about, unavoidable expenses like rent and several other things. So I'll just go through so that we can cover up today. Please, next slide, please. Okay, so you have an overview of the financial world. You have what you call cash flow. Cash flow is just basically the movement of money into and out of your account. So for instance, a man who does business, I think there's this company that has a policy that they can't give you a POS if you don't have a certain level of money that comes in at the end of the day or the week particularly. So they want you to understand here that cash flow refers to the amount of money that comes in and go out. So for instance, you're doing business and the money that comes into your account every week is, let's say, 100,000 naira. And the money that goes out is about 200,000 naira. So you find out that you're already losing. You're on the negative. That's what it talks about here. Positive means more money coming in for essential things and sustainability. And then negative talks about the one that is going out. So you must be able to, when you're talking about budgeting, you must balance your cash flow. And then you think of cash flow management like maintaining a balanced diet and all that, like your health, and also to stay in shape financially. So you need a certain level of cash flow management. You must understand where your expenses are going. Are you spending more money on transportation? Are you spending more money on feeding? Are you spending more money on energy and utilities? It's very important. So the next one you talk about is a critical point. And this is very, very important because when we look at the financial world, there are critical points that occur. So there are times when it talks about a point in financial management when the decision significantly impacts your financial health. Let's take, for instance, the sudden death of a loved one. And you know, in our culture now, you have to do a burial. That's a critical point in your budgeting. So you must understand that you factor these things into whatever plans you're making when you're running a business or doing anything. So you have to be proactive for moments like this. And what helps? Sometimes we say have an emergency saving account. There was something that happened several years ago when we had the oil boom. And I just explained that we have a budget. We have a benchmark. So there's something called the excess crude account, or some other countries now build it into what you call a sovereign wealth fund. You remember when Saudi Arabia told us that even if oil dries up, that for 100 years or how many years, that they will never be poor again. It's coming from what you call an excess crude account. So what's the excess crude account? The excess crude account is just like, well, oil, you have a benchmark, like I said, at $77 per barrel. That's how much we're expecting for each barrel of oil we sell. And when we talk about the barrel of oil, a barrel is about 159 liters. So the excess crude account is that the government said we're going to earn $77 per barrel. But presently, at that point, what happened was that there was an excess. Oil became very costly. That at a point, Nigeria was selling at over $100 per barrel. Now, when you minus $77 from $100, what happened was an excess. So Nigeria said, let's save this money for the rainy days. And that was happening around I think I was following the argument around 2013. That was when President Jonathan was still around. And some governors went to court. And when these governors went to court, they said that the excess crude account is illegal, that there is no place in the provision of the constitution that the federal government should save money. And that was exactly what happened. So they brought out the money and they were sharing it to several states. And if we had an excess crude account, this is what would have happened. We would have had enough dollars to back up our expenses as a country. So we wouldn't have been in a place where we were at that point. So that's politics. I don't want to talk about that. So a critical point is very important for you to understand that there are times when decisions might hit you. So what happened exactly? And that's where I'm going to. What happened was that there was a time oil now fell. There was a time we were selling oil for $30 per barrel, $33 per barrel. At that point in time, the budget of the country was predicated on spending $77 per barrel. So you see that we've had a shortfall. We couldn't meet up with that again. Now, if we had an excess crude account, we would have put money from there to finance our budget. So that's exactly what is just trying to talk about a critical point here. The next one, please. So you talk about development. Developing a financial plan involves setting clear financial goals and creating a roadmap to achieve them. So for instance, let's say as an individual, let me talk about an individual. You say, okay, for instance, I want to start working, or maybe I want to buy a house or build a house or maybe buy a car. And for instance, I'm going to work for 10 months and then put aside, let's say, 100,000 naira every month, maybe for the next 3 years for me to buy a car. Or I want to, the popular thing in Nigeria now, I want to japa, I want to leave Nigeria. So maybe I'll put out maybe 100,000 naira every month that in specific number of months or years, I'll leave the country. So you must have a very clear financial goal. That's the most important thing. It involves assessing your current finances, setting short and long-term goals, and creating a detailed plan. And if you imagine you want to save for a down payment, so I just explained this thing. So let's go to the next slide. So you must have a financial goal of what you want to do so that it doesn't take you unawares. Like I said, pregnancy is not an accident, it happens. So, what is, sorry, go back. Is that the slide before it? So, the importance of budgeting is a cornerstone of financial management. Let me tell you the truth. If you don't have a budget, you are not prudent. If you don't have a budget, how it affects you is that things can happen to you. Remember what the Bible said in the book of Proverbs? It said, your poverty will come upon you like an armed man. It's just like a man who comes with a gun to your house in the night. You don't know what to do. So that's exactly what happens. So you must track your income and expenses. And it's not a vague thing. It's not a vague thing. You must know this is how much I am getting. Don't, sorry, I'm a Christian, but I must say this. Don't live on the illusion of faith that, oh, we're believing God that this month our salary will be 500,000. Whereas at the moment, you're just, or maybe we're believing God that one uncle will dash me money. That's not how to budget. That's not how to budget. A budget must be very precise, that you know this is how much I'm earning, and this is how much is coming in. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so the components of a budget, you have an income. That's the first one. Go. There is also, please go. It's 4 there. All right. So you have an income. You have a variable expense like fluctuating costs and Netflix and chill, shawarma, pizza. Those ones are variable expenses. But then when you talk about fixed expenses, you talk about your rent. In countries like America, you talk about mortgage plan. Even in Nigeria, they do it, but it's not really that much. So mortgage payments, although, let me not say it's actually there, but if you have knowledge of it, you can work out things. Because as a group, what we also do sometimes is that we finance some projects through the mortgage agreement. Mortgage is just like saying hire purchase, maybe, but for houses, sorry. So that's exactly what it is. So you talk about utilities like your light bill and all that, and insurance premiums for those who use insurance like health insurance and other things. So you talk about savings, and he said you must apportion of your income that you set aside for future savings or emergencies. I just mentioned emergencies, and it's very important that we understand that emergencies will come. You won't just always be at alert every time. You must keep a certain fraction of your money for emergencies. Let's go to the next slide, please. So you outline your financial goals and create a budget, you implement. Okay, these are the very key things. For those of us who know a bit of NGOs, in NGOs, there's what you call measurement, generally in project management, there's what you call measurement and evaluation. So measurement and evaluation is that, let me give us an example. And There's what you call budget performance. For the person in government should know about budget performance. So for instance, the government can say this year that the budget has not performed up to 33%. What it means is that your budget has not solved all the problems you listed for it to solve. I'm just being lay here, as lay persons I'm talking to us. And the most important thing is that after planning your budget, there must be the implementation of the budget. I remember when I was at National Assembly, I was working for one of our legislative members, and we were looking at what was going to be the next constituency project that we're going to implement in our own quota, in our own particular constituency in the Senate at that point. And all of a sudden, the question just came out from somewhere. He said, do you know that this year's budget has performed just 24%? Let me explain. What it means is that if, for instance, we said we're going to spend 100,000 naira a month, it meant that at that point in time, that the budget has been able to deliver on only 24,000 naira. And that's what you see. That's why you have a lot of abandoned projects in Nigeria. That sometimes the budget of a particular year may perform just 40%. And you are in November, and by January, there is the need for another budget cycle to begin. So budgeting is very important for you to understand, you must put tracking measures to understand your implementation. And then your review as well. You review your budget from that. That's why I talked about measurement and evaluation, to make adjustments. For instance, let's say for a person who earns, let's say, maybe 250,000, and he drives a V6 engine. And, okay, there was something that happened at some point. When diesel moved to, at that point, we were running an organization, and we were buying diesel at 700. Sorry, let me not go too far. Subsidy is gone, May 29th. So you were buying fuel at 150, am I right? It was 150 that day, and just from one broadcast, it moved to 500 naira. So you were coming out of your house with about, maybe, let's say, 7,500 to go and buy fuel. And all of a sudden, you get to the filling station, and you heard that the only thing buy for you is how many liters? About 7 liters of fuel. That was somebody that could have gotten probably a very huge chunk of fuel with that amount. So those shocks are very important, that you must review your budget to say, the war going on in Israel, and between Israel and Hamas, and presently Hezbollah. What happened was that they had a specific amount of money they had mapped out to say, this is how much we're going to spend. But at the moment, they are incurring a lot of debt because they have a lot of wars to fight. So in budgeting, you must understand that shocks happen, and what they are called are economic shocks. So when those economic shocks happen, it hits you. Just like, for instance, during COVID, it happened as well. Let's go to the next slide, please. I want to run so that I can finish. So cash flow refers to the movement of money into and out of your finances. We've explained that. Please go to the next slide. So this is cash flow inflow, the money coming in, outflow, the money that goes out as well. It's just very simple. It's just common sources of cash inflow include salaries, sales revenue, investment returns, and loans. There are people who make returns from their investment. Like I told you about the person who sent me a message and said, at this point, I bought a stock and it has done about 70-75% within a specific time. So that's returns. And then loans as well. So you talk about cash outflow includes rents and other things. Let's go to the next slide, please. So managing cash flow effectively, tips for increasing cash flow: diversify your income by exploring side hustles or investments. Let me just give you an example. There's something that will happen next year. I am not a prophet, but simple economics tells you that it will happen. There's going to be food scarcity worse than what we have this year. You know why? Because according to reports, there's this place called the Lagdo Dam in Cameroon. So what happens is that when they when they open the dam, because you have an overflow, what happens is that water comes from that dam and comes down to this particular part of Nigeria because we're downwards, and about 11 states are going to be flooded. And let me give you, the bad news is that the 11 states are going to be states like Benue, Kogi, Nasarawa, and these are the food baskets of Nigeria. So you understand that there will be food scarcity next year, except if God helps us. So that being the case, you must understand how to make investments. It could be investing in agriculture. It could be investing. I must tell you the simple truth. A lot of time people look at a lot of things. But I say this because for me, I understand that we've seen this thing over time, that our biggest investment is in agriculture. And if I tell you, the returns are most times higher than some other fixed income investments and all that. So you must improve your billing process. This American, whatever. Maybe your billing process, but let me break it down. For instance, you used to buy 500 naira airtime. You now have to cut down and say, let me start calling people on WhatsApp. You know, there was a time when women told us that if your boyfriend or husband calls you on WhatsApp, that he doesn't love you enough. So you may have to maybe move towards that area to reduce your pressure on spending and all that. So tips for reducing cash flow as well: cut unnecessary expenses, like I said, maybe start calling on WhatsApp, start sending more WhatsApp messages than text messages, and then implement cost-saving measures and energy-efficient practices. For instance, if you use the yellow bulb, you have to change and maybe start using an energy-efficient bulb that helps you spend less on electricity. The next one. And so identifying critical points. So critical points are moments that can significantly impact your financial health. I said that. So it can be buying a house. It can be changing a job. For instance, you used to work a job where you were paid a certain amount of money, and then your company folded, and you now have to be in between jobs or maybe be out of job for a while. And that's exactly that. So unexpected medical expenses, it's also a critical point. Then sudden drop in business revenue. We also know that, like I said, maybe if you used to run a business, maybe a luxury business. I was reading an article the other day where they said the man who has LVMH, Bernard Arnault, his net worth dropped by $54 billion in just a specific time. That's more than the Nigerian budget for how you file. You say, I will not be able to maintain a certain level of financial operation. And then ignoring critical points can result in missed opportunities, unplanned expenses, and financial stress. So you can't ignore it. You must put it into consideration. The next slide. So you must set aside a portion of your income for emergencies. I've said that. You review your budget to regularly accommodate any changes. Consulting with financial advisors for major financial decisions. You know, this is the problem with Nigeria, is that we commonize everything. That's why we're a poor country. We're a country where we don't value education. So maybe you see somebody who talks about finance and you feel like this guy is talking about, what does he mean? But then the truth is this, that every decision impacts on us. It's just like some of my doctor friends, when we talk, they say, so you people go and pay others. But when it comes to a doctor, you think you can call me on phone and tell me I'm having headache, I'm having this, tell me what drug I should take. No, you must learn to consult. The way you consult your doctor is the same way you must consult a financial advisor. For instance, you know, the general culture is that we like quick things, quick money, get rich quick schemes and all that. So somebody comes to you and tells you, invest in this thing and you'll be getting 40% a month. And, you know, it's a common thing. I'm sorry if you're here and that's the business you do, but I just have to say that it's not feasible. You know why it's not feasible? For instance, that's why they tell you that the Nigerian economy was growing very fast. And you're expecting to hear maybe 200%. And they'll tell you that the Nigerian economy was growing at 7% a year. Because the larger the amount of money you have, the lesser the percentage you can do. So for instance, if you have 10,000 naira, you can double it. Maybe you buy two articles and you sell and a miracle happens and you've doubled your money. But if I give you $1 million, it's going to be very difficult because what will you buy that you can sell tomorrow that will double $1 million? So that's exactly what you understand in that. And then steps in financial planning, assess your current financial situation. Tell yourself the truth, that this is how much I earn. Set financial goals. Maybe I want to buy a car, I want to build a house, I want to do whatever. Create a plan. This is how I am going to do it. Maybe I'll be saving. Remember when Joseph in the Bible said, let us save 20% of whatever we get because there is a famine coming. And that was what helped the whole world at that point. So you must create a plan, then implement the plan. One of the problems you have is that people talk a lot, but they do less. So implement your plan. Don't just have it on your head and that's all. And then you monitor and review. From time to time, you tell yourself, is it working? Do I need to improve here? Do I need to do this or that? The next slide, please. So short-term versus long-term planning. I think this is one of the things that we must say. That when we talk about cash flow, the reason why cash flow is very important in business is that cash flow is the lifeblood of any business. So for instance, you see somebody, he borrows, let's say 1 million naira from the bank. And he said, I'm looking for a business that will give me money. And I'm sorry to say this for some of us who are into this. And he says, okay, let me go and buy a land. Lands appreciate. There's no certainty that in 6 months' time it will appreciate. But let's say, for instance, he puts it in a fixed income that will give him, let's say, 3% per quarter. Or let's say maybe 5% after every. Or let's go, for instance, you go and buy a government bond. Like there was a time when, just a few weeks ago or a few months ago, Nigeria released what you call the dollarized bond. And the bond, they were giving it at 30% per annum. So what happens is that if you buy the bond, the dollar value of the bond at 30% per annum, every 6 months they give you 15% of your money. So you see, it is a very reliable, and the reason why you can trust them is that there is credit rating. If the Nigerian government defaults on paying you back the money you invested, one thing will happen. There are agencies that rate countries so that they can be able to assess the financial market. They would delist them or they would downgrade them. So if they downgrade them from a certain rating to a lower rating, they will not be able to access money in terms of borrowing again. So that's exactly what you do. For instance, in that you can maybe you can't take a short-term loan and make a long-term investment. It's going to be very difficult. For instance, you borrow 1 million naira at 30% per month. It's crazy. Just the other day, CBN came out with what you call the monetary policy. And what was it? It is that the monetary policy had been about 500 basis points had been added to it. What you mean by 500 basis points is that 5% have been added to it. So from 0.5% have been added to it. So from 20-something%, it now moves over to a higher level. So if, for instance, you're going to the bank to borrow money, they are giving you at 27%. And I want to understand, when you're doing a business that you're paying back you collect maybe 1 million naira and you're paying back about 275,000 naira every month. You've not paid for diesel, you've not paid staff salaries. I don't know how you will survive. So that's exactly why it's difficult, and it's understandable that when you take loans, understand the tenure of the loan you're taking. Don't take a short-term loan and then you're investing in a long-term project. The next one, please. Okay, so balancing both is crucial. Next one, sir. So developing a financial plan, you must review your financial goals regularly, keep track of your income and expenses, update your budget too. So we've said this. Go ahead, please. The next. Creative ways to plan financially. Financial planning doesn't have to be tedious and complex. Now, let me say this. There's what you call the zero budgeting technique. How many minutes do I have? Okay. So I have 5 minutes and I'm rounding up. So you have the zero-based budgeting. Zero-based budgeting is that you must start from zero, justifying every expenses. There's a man, I won't say his name, they used to say about him that if he comes here, he will tell you, why are you spending this amount on this thing? Don't you know that it's too costly? Why not go for a cheaper one? And he's a very rich politician and they don't like it. So the next one is 50-30-20 rule, which is a system that allows you to allocate cash for different categories of spending into several envelopes. So the 50-30-20 rule tells you about 50% being your needs, not your wants. It must be your need. 30% being the wants. So your need is that you need clothes, you need food, you need a shelter over your head. You must put in the 50%. Then 30% talks about your wants. Then 20% talks about your savings and investments. So these are the things that you must understand when you're budgeting. The envelope system is just like an archaic system that says, put every amount of money you're going to spend. Maybe you bring out 10,000, you start putting it into several envelopes to ensure that you know how much you're spending. The next one, please. Predictive calculating. So this is exactly another way to monitor and then also to know how you're making your spending. So you must analyze this data to make sure that you know how you are spending your money and how you can make financial decisions. Analyze trends. So for instance, I just gave you a trend that by next year there will be flood. So there will be flood that will impact on agri-produce next year. So you know that next year there will be an increase in food prices. So when there's going to be an increase in prices, what will you do? Is either you have a fund or you now know that you devote a huge amount of your money to spending on food. So the next one. So you use financial tools like you have YNAB, you have Piggyvest, and a whole lot of other ones. There is Strove, there is Bamboo, a lot of them. Go ahead. So let me just say this. I know I've been able to. I was meant to have more time, but I'm surprised I was given a shorter time. But then we've been able to do this, and this is an activity that we will do. And I hope the organizers might pass across these slides to us. But what I'm saying is this. Beyond understanding the jargons around financial literacy, there is something that is very critical in the life of every young person. That critical thing is this. The money business is always the big business. That's why you go to places like Wall Street in America, you go to places like even Lagos, you find out that the financial market is very big. And when we talk about financial market, it's not just these pairs people do, they call it Forex and all that. It's just a microcosm. There are bigger, it's just like sharks. There are bigger parts of the water that you can swim in. Listen, if as a young person, if you give yourself, let me say this, and I do write it most times to encourage my friends. I said, if you give yourself to studying risk management and leverage, one of the first signs of poverty is that poor people take risk so well. So you see, for instance, you see somebody who will sit on a bike, I'm sorry to say this, and he will put 3 children on the front, and his wife will be at the back carrying his, maybe one of the child. If anything happens to that bike there, they are gone. So let me also use another instance, Bet Naija or betting. I know this one is a gray area that you don't want me to talk about, I'll say it. The truth is this, calculate when somebody constantly puts 500 naira every week and keeps losing money for 1 year. If you pull that amount of money and put it in an investment that gives you 15%, in a year and compoundingly continue to do that for 5 years, a lot of things will happen to your finances. So one of the first things you must learn is to cut down on risk. That's why you see somebody who is managing a portfolio of $100 million. He can't put all of them in just one investment. You must diversify across several sectors. Maybe real estate, energy, food and agriculture, luxury, clothing, and all that. And so, the next one is leverage. How do I use 500 naira to get something that maybe somebody is using 10,000 naira to get? So there are ways to go about that. It's called leverage. How do I, for instance, make an investment of, let's say, 20 million when I have just 500,000? Leverage is understanding that I might not be able to do it alone. So I might need like 20 persons for us to come together, pull our money together, and make an investment, and I'll get my money and it's safer. So it's basically for us to understand that these are the things that encompass our financial knowledge. So, for instance, I don't know how to share my contact, but then you can, maybe later on, we can reach out and send me a message, and we'll get to talk more about finances. But one thing I want us to understand is this. This is a very, very crucial part of our growth as young persons. And if we don't get our finances right, you find somebody who will tell you, do you know that I earn 200 million naira over a certain amount of money? I don't have a plot of land anyway. It happens because this wasn't put into consideration. So I think I've been able to do something, and we should have had a more extended time, like I said, but I know we're out of time. So thank you very much for your time, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khalid Obonna. Another resounding applause. Please appreciate him. What was on the screen before now? It was about the budgeting that you can make. Did you see that? How you can plan yourself. Are you doing that? You can put that somewhere so that before you leave, you can start that process of transformation. Guess what, guys? Guess what? It's the time you've been waiting for. It's Coke break. Coke break, yeah! All right. So we're going to wine and dine shortly. DJ Wizzy, are you ready?
Fire, give me reason, take me higher. See the champion, take the field now. You
let's make this very quick. We don't have time. We don't have time to do what? We don't have time to do what? Check time. Yes. So if you want a drink, I believe that most of us do, grab one immediately. Grab a drink once it gets to you. Do the need to take your drink and get ready. It's still Coke break. You can stretch. You can, get up. Shake your body small now. This is Nigerian bottling company. Call us, come here. So no shaking. Everything there. DJ Wizzy. Again, let's do this.
See, this life thing, yeah, it's all about understanding, bro. You gotta understand what you're doing. You need a direction, bro.
What's up on the time, what's up on the time? When I just did try, when I just did try. When I drop a song, I go need to dance. I do wakakuru kere, I dip in my price. Then I find the sound among all the sounds. I no get a name, I no sing a sound. Sound, Mr. Money sound. I want the precise, I want the precise.
Okay, so we're going to spice up. Did you notice something? Did you notice something? Now that we are taking Coke break, the atmosphere changed. Did you notice? It is so cokey, right? Okay, I know you're still waiting for your own drink. That's why you're sounding like that. But don't worry, your own drink shall locate you soon, okay? You ladies, I'm talking to you. Soon enough, your drink will locate you. We have to do something now. As we take this very important Coke break, let us also do our social media time. Can you see the barcode? All right, you need to scan that barcode now. Social media time. As you do that, do not forget to take a picture with those around you. Let us buzz the social media for a bit. When you're ready for the picture, I feel calm. I need to take some pictures. Okay, let's scan the barcode first, and then we'll take pictures. Scan, 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 scan. Well done, well done, well done. Let's do this, let's do this. Information. Okay, DJ, bring it down a bit. Bring it down a bit, thank you. Yeah, please. That's what you're scanning now. Gives you a feedback form, right? I have seen the feedback form, please. If you have not seen it, you're about to miss something. Because once you fill that participation form, you will get a participation certificate. Something to prove that you came for this program. So please, you can scan. If you're behind, how do we get this code? Do we have this? Is it printed out? Can somebody tell me? Is it printed out so that we can get those behind filling it without coming to the front to scan? If you're behind, please make sure you fill this form, because that's how you get your participation certificate. And the tag that you have, the participant tag that you have, please do not go home with it. Make sure you submit that tag that you're with. Make sure you submit it before you leave today. All right, if you haven't scanned, please get up from where you are. You will be able to do that. I can see some people scanning from the back. Well done, well done. That's a good one. I'm not seeing people scanning from the back. I should shift, thank you. You can do now. All right, let me hide behind the pillar. I should hide, Abby. In fact, let me move. Question. Hello. Just in case you came in a bit late, we already shared the jotters, the writing material to those who came in early. The first 500 people received jotters. So next time when the Nigeria Bottling Company calls you for an event, Please come very, very early. That is very important. Come very, very early. All right. Those behind, have you scanned? Have you scanned? Your phone is, wow. Okay, it's charging. Have you scanned? Have you been able to scan? For your participation certificate, you have to scan that barcode. If you don't know how to do that, ask your neighbor. Ask someone for help. Please. Ushers, can I get some ushers? Okay, they are serving drinks. Ask someone so you don't miss your certificate. Coke break, coke break, coke break, coke break. No be small thing. You can also shake your body. Shake your body. Let's take pictures. Let's take pictures. Once you're done scanning the barcode, take a picture. Take a picture. I'll tell you what to do with the picture. Take a picture of yourself with those around you. Let's do this.
Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it. Them go. Say them go feel it. Them go run it down. Them go hold it. Them go. I be talking to myself, and I don't even notice. She got me feeling like a zombie. And she they shoot like Chuck Norris. The way she put that body down, you got me falling truly. I just lost down, and I see you now. My Jojo, my Jojo, my Jojo. Since 1947, the man never settled. You be what I be getting.
We have a recognition to do. We have in our midst, I believe he's somewhere in the hall, the immediate past president of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University Student Union Government and Chairman, Council of SUG President, Anambra State, Giant Comrade A.G. Keme, Comrade Obani Neba Felana Biko Kwana Aka O. Let's clap for him, please. Please make it resounding. God, God, very appealing. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Take a picture of yourself. Take a picture of yourself. I'm not seeing people taking pictures. I want to tell you what to do with the pictures.
Greatest of all time. No one that name them go call mine. I said they shut it down. Tuesday, Wednesday,
all right.
As long as and they call me the Godfather. Move like an Italian.
We have 1 minute.
Have you ever seen a nigga like mine?
All right, we have just 1 minute left.
Each and every lady wanna give
for
me
our Coke break. 1 minute left for our Coke break. All right, that picture you have. The picture you have.
I know two baskets solo.
Please, can you put the picture on your preferred social media platform? The picture you just took, place it on your preferred social media platform and say something about this event. This is Anambra Youth Empowered. You can say, I am here today, already learned something about financial literacy. I am delighted. Those at the back, can you hear me? Just put this picture on social media. Then the hashtags to use 4 hashtags. The first one, hashtag youth empowered. Hashtag youth empowered. Or you can say hashtag Anambra Youth Empowered. Hashtag Anambra Youth Empowered. Second one,
Mama sent me photo. Mama sent me photo.
all right. The second hashtag is Nigerian Bottling Company. Just write it together. Nigerian Bottling Company. You can also have hashtag NBC. Hashtag NBC. That's NBC. Powered by NBC, of course. Hashtag NBC. Then hashtag Mind the Gap. Mind, THE Gap. MINDTHEGAP. Hashtag Mind the Gap. There's another one. You can also add hashtag Discover, Develop, Succeed. If you come a bit closer, you'll find it on the flex. Hashtag Discover, Develop, Succeed. And that tells me that our tagline here, thank you.
Mama sent me photo.
All right. Once I say Anambra Youth Empowered, I expect you to say what? Discover, develop, succeed. That will be our call to action. I say Anambra Youth Empowered, and you respond, discover, develop, succeed. Are you ready? Are you good to go? If I don't get a response, I won't call for another lunch break. In fact, I won't call for another Coke break. I won't call for lunch. I won't call for anything. So please help me. Let's do this together. Thank you. Once I say Anambra Youth Empowered, please respond. What? Discover, develop, succeed. Let's go. Anambra Youth Empowered. Develop, let's take it up. Anambra Youth Empowered. Develop, succeed. Anambra Youth, tell your neighbor, develop, discover, succeed. Thank you very much. All right, so please let's conclude this. Take your pictures, put the hashtags, post on social media, tell your friends that you're here and that you're taking this training. Also, you may also be gracious enough to acknowledge the sponsors of this program, Nigerian Bottling Company, and of course the facilitator, Mind the Gap. All right, DJ, please, let's prepare the ground for the next presentation.
Mama sent me photo. Mama sent me photo. Mama sent me photo.
While we get ready for the next presentation, please, let's be seated. Once you have completed the tasks, scanning the barcode and taking a picture and announcing your presence here on social media, it is now a good time for me to call on one of our distinguished personalities here at the Anambra Youth Empowered, sponsors by Nigerian Bottling Company, and facilitated by Mind the Gap. Join me as I make welcome for his goodwill message, the representative of the Managing Director and CEO of the Oka Capital Developmental, Honorable Osi Onuko, who is here represented by a former chair of the National Youth Council of Nigeria in Anambra State, Comrade Samuel Egwatu. Please give him a resounding applause as he comes for his short goodwill message. Guys, let us clap for our guest, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Keep clapping, please.
Anambra Youth Empowered. Hello. Hello. I believe we're here for something important. Anas at the back, can you hear me? Hello. Build the youth. Build the youth. Empower the youth. On my own personal capacity. But I'm here to represent my boss, the Managing Director, CEO, Oka Capital Territory Development Authority. And I want to appreciate NBC, Nigerian Bottling Company, for this laudable project or program today, the 26th of September 2024. Please, I want us to pay attention. I'm not going to spend much time here. I believe that we're here for a purpose, isn't it? And it would be unfair that you spend some hours here today without catching something you can take home with.
Please, can we calm? Let's get some calm in the hall. Please, this is very necessary so we can take the message out of this goodwill message. Please, ushers, ensure that
I came in here and I believe that NBC a few 15, 20, 30 years, 40 years ago, the youth like you and I then were given the opportunity to showcase their inherent skills. They were given ample opportunities to excel. What we are calling empowerment today, they got it at the platter of gold. But today we are struggling to be empowered in one way or the other. And if you get home, you find out that you are the one empowering yourself. So what am I trying to say in effect? If you have this kind of opportunity, please, let's utilize it. Notwithstanding, I'm here to charge us and encourage us. We are facing a very critical moment in our growth life in this nation. And let me tell you, just don't ask why am I a Nigerian. It's not your fault. It's never your fault. It can never be your fault. But it will be your fault that when you discover that you're a Nigerian, that you cannot do something out to place yourself where you're supposed to be. This program is being organized by the NBC for empowerment, to empower our youth in one way or the other. And again, I can tell you that we are, if I use lucky, I don't know if I'm making a mistake, but we're lucky to be part of this program because from the invitation sent to my boss and sent to me, I discovered that they selected only 5 states. Anambra is one of the states. And you are here today seated. And out of these 5 states, their interest is to empower or help 3,000 youths. So why can't we sit down and crack our brain, fix ourselves to be part of those that are going to be nominated or selected? It's very, very important. What's many of us, 90% of us seated here as youth, what we are looking for employment is who is going to give us money. True of us? Hello? Please, let's listen. I want to communicate to you people as one of you. Maybe most of you did not know me. I'm not here to introduce myself. I'm here to represent my boss. But I will tell you that I was once the chairman, National Youth Council of Nigeria, Anambra State Chapter for 4 good solid years. So I know what it takes to be youth. I know what it takes to grow through a rough path. So I can tell you one or two things I know that at least help me a lot. And this kind of program is one of them. We missed this program. And then I sat down there. The last speaker was talking about financial teaching. Anyway, please, if you miss it, if you miss this financial class here now, you've missed a lot. I can tell you that. Some are here to come and drink Coke, to chat, to exchange contacts, to just snap pictures, post on social media. Those who want to monetize their Facebook page or Instagram, it will end there. But if you miss it, even if you make $1,000 on your Facebook page or IG, if you cannot put it where it's supposed to, you are gone, and gone for real. Because through my experience, I realized that we are facing a hard time, and so whatever we are doing, we will do it in a hard way for us to excel. But I believe that all of us here seated this morning, we're living here with something that's going to transform us and empower us. I can tell you that Anambra State Governor, Mr. Governor, Professor Charles Kumasolodo, is a youth-friendly governor, irrespective of whatsoever that's happening around. Some of us in states can attest to that. One youth, two skills. They've empowered 5,000 youths. Second batch is ongoing now. Solution Innovation District for tech students or tech youths. They have empowered not less than 20,000 youths. Let me not exaggerate. So if you find where you can have this kind of opportunity, please, I want us to tap from it. But what can sustain us through all these dangerous parts now? Because I believe strongly, within a little short of time, things will normalize. I believe it. If you believe it, it will work for you. This one is not fate. Please, this one is not fate. This one is practicality. You have to get something doing. Before you do, you cannot give what you don't have. I said, I'm here to charge us. You cannot give what you don't have. If you miss this first financial flow, which I will see the young man, I would like him to give me some, forward it to my mailer, because let me go through it. Because now, by our economy, $1 is how much? So what do you think that you're going to work from now till 30 days that will make you balance well? If you don't have multiple streams of income, number one, and if you cannot understudy or know how your cash comes in and how you gives out. That's what he taught here, cash inflow and cash outflow. So please, my fellow young ones, I want us to sit down tight here. Listen. Before you leave this place, make sure you grab something. I have from what I have here, what the areas they are covering financial. The areas they are covering today, financial areas, management skill areas, and other areas. Please, before you leave, make sure you grab one. Let me tell you, what you study now in Nigeria, most times it doesn't matter. True of us. Some will say, I'm a geologist. I don't know. I practice once in a while. Some here, maybe if you're graduates, some of you are accountants, some are, as case may be. But if you can find out that what you are doing is not what you study in school. So don't feel that you've seen it all while in school or you are still in school that at least you can get it. No. But believe that from here you're living, you are adding to what the ones you've known before. Our youth today, we are intelligent. We are smart. But let our intelligence be utilized positively. Let our smartness be utilized positively. There is no way to shortcut. Those things we call shortcuts. Within a little time, they will cut that person short. Go and check it everywhere. So I am here this morning to encourage us and bring a word of encouragement from my boss, MDCO, Osionuko, to tell us that before you leave here, make sure that you grab one thing as a take home. Develop it, work on it, improve on it constantly. Consistency is the key to altitude. So let us not come down to sit down here. We will drink a can of Coke. We will take what they can present to us, and we'll be happy and go home. Please, it is not. If I tell you that it is easier now, you will stone me that I'm lying to you. It is not easy now, but it will be easy if you learn something to add the ones you know. This one here is part of it. And I want to thank the Nigerian Polling Company for the opportunity they've given to our young ones in a way to empower them in many ways. Please, we appreciate this. And I heard something Gap Foundation. That was Mind Gap. Please, this is to show that what we are doing at state government of Anambra State is yielding fruits, because I believe they must have done some selections towards exactly. So please sit tight, grab something, and I wish us well. Thank you.
Please, let's give Comrade a resounding thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Make it resounding. Thank you very much. We appreciate the representative of the Managing Director and CEO of the Awka Capital Territory Development Authority, ACTDA, Honorable O.C. Onuko. Comrade Samuel Egwato, we appreciate you. God bless you. Now, I can see that snacks is making the rounds, right? Are you good? Are we okay? The snacks is coming your way. So let's get that quietly, because we have to activate the next presentation. Our speaker is waiting to come on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Anambra youth, I want to remind you that this program is powered by the Nigerian Bottling Company Limited and facilitated by Mind the Gap. This is Anambra Youth Empowered. And coming up for his presentation on time management, we have a distinguished speaker who is a dedicated researcher and tutor with a strong foundation in civil engineering and data science. He currently serves as a research assistant specializing in structural health monitoring and non-destructive testing. He has contributed significantly to both academia and industry. He has published his works in peer-reviewed journals. Through his academic and professional journey, Oluwaseun Omoebamije has demonstrated an exceptional ability to balance multiple demanding roles, from self-funding his education through freelance digital work, running an NGO for the propagation of formal education among youths in northern Nigeria. He also mentors students in data analysis and machine learning. His experience offers valuable lessons for individuals looking to thrive in their professional and personal lives. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome for his presentation on time management, Oluwaseun Omoebamije. A resounding applause. Thank you. That's the spirit.
Thank you. Thank you. Youth empowered. Youth empowered. Okay, sorry?
We are supposed to say, sir, please, hail us again, hail us again, hail us again.
Youth empowered.
Hail us again. Let's try one more time.
Okay, for the very last time.
Yes,
Youth
so
empowered. develop and succeed.
Put your hands together and your ciao. Congratulations.
Well, at some point I was wondering who owns that profile she was reading. So I completely understand that you will be expecting somebody maybe as hefty or as huge as anything. And then now you are seeing a very small scaled show. Okay, so this is not my real size. I would come up later. So good morning, everybody. My name once again is Oluwaseun Bamije, and I will be facilitating this session. So welcome to our time management training session. As you can see, this particular one is focused on techniques for optimal time utilization. So I think it's the founding father of the United States, Benjamin Franklin, that said, tell me and I'll forget, teach me and I'll learn, and lastly, involve me, and I'll learn. So I want this class to be as interactive as it could be. I'm somebody from your age bracket, so please feel free to raise your hand, share your experience and thoughts as we flow along. Now, shortly, let's take a look at the module objectives before we commence anything. So this module is essentially targeted at, acquainting you with the principles and practices of effective time management and, time utilization. And secondly, I'm supposed to help you identify how planning, scheduling and prioritization really caps the whole of our activities each day for optimal use of our time. Next slide. So please, before we delve right into this, permit me to pose a question at you all. Hello? If for any reason, if for any misnomer or any abnormality, you were given an extra 1 hour in a day, save the regular 24 hours that everybody gets. Let's say for some reasons, I pick you, sir, please. I said you, yeah. No, you, sir, please there. I add 1 hour to your time in a day. What would you do with it, please? You will sleep. That's nice. What about you, mister? What would you do with an extra hour? Say you get 25 hours in one day for any reason. So what would you do? Okay. So the truth is, time would permit us, but if we go over the hundreds and hundreds of people in here, each and every one will have something worth doing or the other with that extra hour. But for now, let's make progress. Hello. Okay. All right. Socrates said, and I quote, "The definition of terms is the beginning of wisdom." And that's because however long I take here talking, however long I take here describing all of these things, they still revolve around two focal points: time and what? Management. So essentially, time is more or less defined as a measure for kind of checking how long it takes to do something and the interval between these activities. And one funny thing about time is the fact that it helps us to, it helps us to kind of schedule our activities. It helps us to prioritize. And in fact, the consciousness in itself that time is going by, keeps you on your toes every time. You want to make sure that you are actually doing the right thing at the right time. But most importantly, our historical records are kind of dated with time. You hear 200 BC, you hear 300 BC. So one way or the other, time is a very important factor in our daily lives. The management is more or less like a technical term, not a natural phenomenon like time. So management is the process of planning, organizing, leading, managing resources. And it goes to say that these resources we are talking about could be human. You can actually have 10 children and then they go to waste because you're not doing an effective management of these resources. Finance, or let me pose a quick example. You are a husband or you are a wife and you own a family, right? So you go to work every day and you earn about 50,000 naira a month. So nothing stops you from coming to a place as fancy as Hilton here and spending the whole morning in one day. But you have some mouths to feed, you have some rent to pay, you have some bills to shoulder. So there is just no gainsaying the fact that you have to manage these resources. So that is where management comes in. And as abundant and as inflexible as time looks to us, it is actually something we really have to manage. Next slide, please. But with all of these explanations that I've made, with all of these definitions and all these suggestions that you have given, I really want to ask, can time be managed for you? Hello? Can we really manage time? To be very honest with ourselves. You said yes. Or some people are saying yes, and of course, a humongous part of this place are saying no. Next slide, please. Steve Covey, in his book, 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, tried to kind of propound on this particular issue. He said, backwards, managing time is a misnomer. Time management is a misnomer. The only thing you can manage are your activities and yourself in time. Nobody stops time from moving. Nobody gets the audacity to stop time from keep going. I mean, about some 5 years ago, you were 10. And then 5 years later, you see yourself like you are 30. And then you wonder, where did all this time go? There was a time I was in secondary school. I kept wondering, when will I get admission to the university? The whole thing just comes fast at you. So time keeps going. But what you only get to manage is the fact that you get to determine what you do, at what time, and how long it takes. So what we actually manage in essence is ourselves, our activities, what we choose to do, where we choose to be, and that's it. There is no way we can actually manage time. So ordinarily I was expecting that this would be like a very interactive activity. I would have loved you to bring out your notepad and then write down a few things. But unfortunately, let's progress for now. Please, next slide. Okay, hold it. Time is, I want like a very much varied description of time. You know, time could be anything. What it means to me is completely different from what it means to yours. There was a standing theory that time is a constant, right? And I believe at some point, about Einstein came up and, you know, beyond reasonable doubt, proved that time is actually relative. I mean, in Russia alone, we have about 6 time zones, right? In the US, you have several time zones. I am also of the opinion that Nigeria has 2 time zones. We just don't, you know, we have a lot of problems that we don't even have the time to check that yet. If you go to the north, and sometimes around 7 p.m. in the evening, you pick up your phone, you schedule a video call with somebody here in Anambra. Believe you me, you will be seeing the person clearly as daylight. But you, on the other hand, everywhere is dark. So I believe Nigeria even has 2 time zones. So virtually everything we have known about time, virtually everything we have understood about time till date are not really, really constant. So, but in your opinion, what do you think time is? So I'll go first. Time, number 1, is a constant. Time is a constant in the sense that when you say something is constant, it means there is no way you can alter it. There is no altering it. It's more or less like they say change is a constant. So number 1, time is ever constant. Next slide. Time is limited, spatial, and inflexible. I would, for one, like to substitute another word for inflexible there. I would say rigid. It is limited in the sense that I don't think you can live for 200 years. So you're definitely going to die at some point. Your time gets exhausted. And we say it's spatial because, you know, you just have a lot of space. You have a lot of freedom to do whatever you want with this time. But in the end, it is rigid. Because if for any reason you make a mistake, say you die today, and you arrive in heaven, for instance, and then God looked at your records and told you that, hey, look, these are the kinds of horrendous things you have done while on earth. But I'm giving you a second chance. Go back to life and sin no more. I want to believe that the kind of, you know, proposition with which you lived your life the first time will be totally different from how you take the second. Time is not like that. There are no second chances. You can only be 20 once in a lifetime. You can only be 30 once in a lifetime. It doesn't come again. So it is what? Inflexible, very rigid. Next slide, sir. You have it as a resource, limited yet abundant. Why do I say it is limited yet abundant? I just mentioned now that you can't live for 200 years. So that means give or take. Sometimes, the moment you clock 100, you're supposed to start, you know, daydreaming the fact that you're going to be dying someday, right? But even 100 years is enough. I've read stories of people who only lived for 23 years, who only lived for 20 years, and their names still re-echoes across generations. Of course, we know of Pop Smoke. You know of people like, what's the name of this guy? Tupac. You would wonder when you see those clean pictures, those music, and then you wonder how long did this person live? So even 100 years is enough. 30 years is enough. The most important thing is make sure you have a very impactful one. Next slide, sir.
Okay, while the next slide comes up, please, we need quiet in the hall. I don't know why we hear a buzz from every angle. Can we stop buzzing? Can we stop chatting? Can we stop talking? So that the sharing will not stop. We can do that very quietly. So I need to confirm that the house is quiet because what you're saying is super important. And I got reminded about Michael Jackson, the king of pop. and how that he still lives on. Are we together, guys? Who is talking behind? Please point at the person that is talking. Can we stop? I can see them. Can we stop? Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you as you cooperate, please. I will go right back to business. So time is in constant motion. Just like I said at the very beginning that it's a constant, it doesn't stop. Next slide, please. And it has no fixed value. There is this very wonderful saying that says time is money, right? And then at some point, the Gen Z, myself, we say, how much is 8 o'clock? How much is 9 o'clock? But the truth is, time has no fixed value. It's very relative. What 2 hours would mean to me today is different from what it means to Otedola. What it means to waste 2 hours of Bill Gates' time. Believe you me, you don't even want to be on the receiving end of that. So time has no fixed value. It actually varies and is relative to the kind of person. It varies and is relative to the kind of place. It varies and, it's relative to the kind of circumstances. Okay, so lastly, I would say time is a measure of life. And this is like a very paramount way to cap the whole essence of time. The very popular fighter, Bruce Lee, said, if you love life, then do not waste time. Because time is what life is made of. By the end of the whole thing, by the end of the day, when you go by the street and you see an obituary, each and everybody's life is measured with respect to one thing, time. So they put it there, this person has lived for 84 years. They put it there, this person has lived for 30 years, and you'll be like, this person died young. It's all about the time. At some point, you don't even care about what this person achieved. You don't even give a damn how much impact that this person made. But for certain, your life is going to be measured by the amount of time you spent, please. Okay, I am going to be projecting these people. Of course, these very great people. I believe you know them. We have Aliko Dangote, Mike Adenuga, Tony Elomelu, I think this is Austin J.J. Okocha, Okojo Eweala, and you in the same picture college. That's you, right? So I know I've been saying a lot of things since, but I'll be asking again, on what ground do you think you have anything in common with these people? Aliko owns a multinational, right? He sells cement production, spaghetti and all of that. Mike Adenuga is the CEO of Globacom Limited, right? You have Tony Elomelu is like into banking and finance. I think UBA, right? Osi JJ is a football player. Okonjo is in the US, is a very highly respected person in terms of world finance. And you, there is just no way on earth you have anything in common with this person, except for the fact that everybody in this college gets only 24 hours in a day. Every single person you see here, with you included, gets only 24 hours a day. It's equal share, no partiality. Now, the only difference, you are you, I am me, these people are who they are, could actually be splitted into so many ways. I mean, there is the popular saying that once they give out to you in Nigeria, life is leading you 1-0, right? Okay, now it's 2-0, handicap 2. But the truth is, these are Nigerians. Some of them were born into wealth, quite all right. But most of them were not. I put it to you, you can go home later and look it up on Google, check each and every one of these individuals. I can assure you that 80% of them did not get the silver spoon you're talking about. But they have time, just like you, and they put it to some use. Next slide, sir. Now let's go straight to what we'll be talking about, effective time management mindset in this way. This is because if you have a farmland, I know Igbo people, you don't really farm, but then to some reasonable extent, you still farm. So I want to expect that everybody here has an experience of what I'm talking about. If you get a farmland, you don't just delve right into this farm and start planting. Is that not so? You have to first make ready the piece of land. You have to first make ready the soil constituent. You want to make your loamy soil as loamy as it gets so that you get a very good return. So before we start talking about the techniques, the practical tips and methods with which you can optimize your time, I want to first make sure the mindset is well massaged, well made for what is to come. So I will put it as PFTF. About effective time management mindset, it is a mindset that puts first things first. At all times, make sure that you are putting the thing that is supposed to be at the top echelon of your hierarchy in terms of preference. You want to make sure that's what is coming first. Essentially, the only difference we have as a people is the fact that we often mix up that thin line between what is important and what is urgent. Let me give you an example. It is important that you what? You go to work. Is that not right? So let's say sometimes around 7:30 in the morning, you're awake, you've had your birth, and you're supposed to be at work at 8 a.m. exactly. No less, no more. Right? Now, while on the way to work, supposing you're driving or anything, you're trying to just convey yourself to work, a call comes in. This call could be coming from a lady you just maybe met yesterday, you would or you asked out, or probably an acquaintance who is not going to be giving you any form of business, who is not going to be setting you up in any way. But the truth is that there is something Android calls draw over other apps, right? Call is the number one thing that gets drawn over every single app you have on your phone. So at any point a call comes into your phone, it comes urgently. A call is very urgent. It is ringing and it is going to stop ringing any moment. So you want to answer these calls. But the truth is this call important? Hello guys. The question I want you to always ask yourself is this important? So the fact that something is coming really urgently does not mean it is important. And a very good example is what I've just mentioned. A phone call. Some phone calls come in, they break all the things you're doing currently, they come very urgently, they need immediate attention, but sometimes they take hours of your time, giving you nothing in return. So a mindset that prioritizes effective time management is one that is ever putting the first things first. Next slide, sir. Now we have a video coming up soon. Let me give you a lowdown before you watch the video. I think it's about 1 minute 58 seconds long. They said there was a professor, a philosophy professor, that was standing in front of his class, and then he showed them an empty jar with some gathering of sand, stones, and pebbles. So he filled the jar with big rocks first. By the time you fill it with big rocks first, there will be pore spaces. Engineering students, you call it pore spaces that needs filling up. So he asked the class, is this jar full? They said yes, of course it's full because it's full to the brim. But he poured in some pebbles, shook the whole thing, and then they leveled down again. And then, wow, okay, so this is what this guy was posting. They laughed. He asked them again, is this filled up? They said yes. But when he poured sand, there was still space. Are we together? He shook it again and asked them, is it full? They said, oh yes, it is very, very much full now. And then he made a very good illustration of that with respect to our lives. He said, the jar is your life, it's your time. The big rocks are the super important things that you have to first get done in your life. These things are like non-negotiable. They are indispensable. You have to get them done. The first is, of course, you want to get, education, a very solid one. You want to make it in life. So you have some things you have to do. You have to get a job, or you start a multinational company, or you do a startup or something. These things have very dear consequences if you don't do them. But the pebbles and stones are the other things that come around. In one way or the other, they will find space. Next slide, please. Let's take a minute and watch this. Hello. It only takes about 2 minutes on average. Let's watch this. It has a sound. Okay, I think I've just explained everything that needs explaining about this with my mouth. This is it. The first one is the stones or the big rocks, which, of course, like I said, are the very, very much important things in your life. So the professor filled this thing up and asked them if it's full. They said yes. Then he poured in some pebbles, and they were still able to find space. And then he asked them again, they said yes. Then he poured in sand. It's a very popular story. It's on the internet. And when he poured in sand again, the whole thing gets filled, and he told them, you see those unimportant things, those unimportant phone calls, those 2, 3, 4 hours you find a way to get and you use on the social media, they will always find a place for themselves. They will always find a place for themselves. Next slide, please, since the videos are not bringing out any sound. Next, please. Shared with us is the mission. What you share with people, shared with us, is the mission. What you share with people is your mission. What you don't share, what you keep, is what? The vision. The vision is what you're going to be achieving in 50, 30, 40 years from now. You don't tell people that. But the mission is what you're going to be achieving in the short term. Now, goals. I can like to substitute another word for goals, say objectives. How do you achieve this mission? So your goals are more or less like a well broken down bits of activities you need to do for you to achieve the main thing. Please go forward. Yeah, please go forward. Okay. So like I just said, your mission answers the question, why? At every point in time, you have to ask yourself, why am I doing this? From there, you will see questions pumping up again like, is it worth it? Am I supposed to be here? Is there something more important I'm supposed to be doing at this point in time? But your vision answers the questions, what and where. What is the destination? Where is the destination? All of these things we are doing, all the, hula baloo running about, where does it end? That's the question that vision answers. Your goals, like I said, is the question, how? It answers, how do you achieve this mission? How does it lead to the vision? And lastly, your roles. Your roles could be flexible in the sense that roles are not rigid. It depends on what you're doing, who you are, depending on your work and all of that. For instance, this is our state coordinator. Okay, so the state coordinator for NYC has a professional role, which is the fact that maybe she has to see to the day-to-day activities of the NYC incorporation as far as Anambra is concerned. But she would have some personal roles. For instance, I'm going to be spending my evenings with my children. Now her roles are completely different depending on where she is per time. Please, next slide. So we have planning, scheduling, prioritizing, and task completion techniques. So those techniques that we have been preparing your mindset for, these seeds that we want to sow, they are now here. Please, next slide. We have the first one, Eisenhower matrix. President Dwight, I think was the 34th US president, right? He was in the World War II and he made a lot of ranks, and he was the one that came up with the Eisenhower matrix. The Eisenhower matrix is more or less like a rectangle where you create a matrix for important things, urgent things. We will see that shortly. We have the Pomodoro technique. Pomodoro is the Italian word for tomatoes. It is a technique that allows you to split your activities into 25 minutes without distraction. Let's see what you achieve in 25 minutes over this task. When you're done, you take a 5 minutes break, you take another Pomodoro. Each Pomodoro counts for 25 minutes. When you take 4 straight Pomodoros, you take a 30 minutes break, relax, come back to it, no distraction. The prioritization technique, I think this one was curated by Brian Tracy. The higher the alphabet, the higher the level of importance. And lastly, we have the task list. Then I have something I would have loved to add. The task list is the one that I use a lot. I try to make sure that I enumerate what I want to achieve tomorrow every day, and I don't try to fail it. So if at any point in time some sort of things happen that I was not able to finish what I have on my task list, I carry it over to the next day, and then I start from that point tomorrow. And I've been doing this for like 5 years. I'm very much young, much younger than all of you, my fathers and mummies here, but I mean it works, super works. I would add something they call the 8 plus 8 plus 8 rule. The 8 plus 8 plus 8 rule is that make sure you do in every day 8 solid hours of hard work. But make sure you also get 8 solid hours of quality sleep. And then spend the other 8 hours on the 3F, 3H, and 3S. The 3F is family, faith, and I've forgotten what the other one means. But the last 8 hours essentially means that make sure you spend it with people that matters. There was a news recently. A worker in one of the top multinationals in the US died in her office. And it took 4 good days before the owner of the company noticed that this woman was dead. So there's always a point you reach that you have to ask yourself, who are the real people that matters in my life? Who will notice if I should disappear suddenly? Who will call to check in? Are you doing well? So this is the kind of people, the caliber of people that you want to spend the last 8 hours of your day with. Please, next slide. So this video is supposed to explain the Eisenhower matrix. And yeah, let's just watch, please. I think it just takes 2 minutes. They said they couldn't make matrix helps you to prioritize. I just wanted to get to the matrix and we can progress. That thin line we have between what is important and what is urgent is what I've been pounding from the very beginning. A phone call is urgent, but sometimes it is not important. Some chores are there, you can delegate them. Some chores are there, they require that you do them immediately. So one thing I've come to understand, especially about our contemporary society in Nigeria, is the fact that often than not, there are no consequences for our actions. And if there are no consequences for your actions, you do anything you want, you do everything you want, and nothing happens. But when you say something is important, it means if I don't get this thing done right now, right here, there are going to be very dire consequences. But when we say something is urgent but not important, it means the thing is just coming right at me, but I can actually do it later. Is that fine? Then there is a particular matrix, which is this part. Not urgent, not important. Now, funnily enough, our social media gets classified under that particular matrix. You want to make sure that you do them when you don't have anything else to do or totally abhor them. Now I understand it's a coping mechanism, especially for youths like you and I. We try to see social media as the only place where we get to rant, where we get to like while away time and of course stop thinking about what's going on around us. But you want to make sure as a focused person, as an effective time manager, this is what you do last each day. Except that the message is coming and it's something you need to respond immediately. So please, next slide, sir. Next slide. So essentially, these are the 4 matrices: important and urgent, important but not urgent, urgent but not important and not urgent. You want to manage the first one immediately. You want to focus on the second one. Some things are important, but they don't need to be done now. They could be something you do at the end of the month. And then there are things that are urgent, but not important, especially phone calls. And then lastly, there are things that are totally time wasters. They are not urgent and they are not important. Next slide, please. I'm rounding up. Next. I have explained the Pomodoro technique. Next, sir. The Pomodoro technique is one where you have to use 25 minutes on every task, move on, another 25, move on, another 25. And when you have spent 100 minutes, you take 25 minutes or 30 minutes break and you come back again. The ABCD prioritization technique, next slide, they are written to the left. The A class are the must do, the B are the should do, the C are the ones that are like, it's nice to do. I mean, I can call a friend now, but if I don't call him, it's not the end of the world. But I can't miss work, especially if I have a boss, right? Some things that you must. So, lastly, we have a task list. I'm going to be concluding here since the MC is right on my neck now. So these techniques are very, very important. And most importantly, I would adjoin our youth, myself included. You may want to take your time, browse more on these things. The ABCDE technique of prioritization. If you like, put Brian Tracy at the back when you're searching so that you get the very best version. The Pomodoro technique, the Italian one. And you have the Eisenhower matrix, you have the task list, just like I mentioned. If you keep looking at our slides, you will see right in front that there's an example of a task list here. This is an example of a task list. So you want to write the task for the day. You want to put deadlines so that you are always reminded that this is what I should do. If I don't do them, this happens. You want to know whether it is of a high, premium, or low priority. You want to know whether you can assign it to somebody. Put the name of the person you have assigned it to, especially if you are a boss. This job goes to Sarah. Sarah has to report back to me on the 15th unfailingly. And all of that. Next slide. So there are a lot of exercises, but we only have 20 minutes. Now, these are applications that you can use for time management. You have my effectiveness, my life organizer, priority matrix, the habit factor, productivity, and all of that. Again, I will close by repeating that quote from earlier by Bruce Lee. He said, if you love life, don't do what? Don't waste time. For time is what life is made of. Thank you for having me.
Another resounding applause for Mr. Oluwaseun Omoebameje. I just learned his surname, you noticed, right? Beautiful. Have you learned a lot about time management? Tell me one thing you took away from that. A, B, C, D. That's the spirit. Wow, give yourselves a resounding applause. I just hope that we can get this slide. I really would like to study it personally. Thank you so much. Anambra youth, are you here? Una no kweba. Una no kwea. Una de kwamma. When I say youth empowered, what do you say? Discover, develop, and what? Succeed. So let's do this. Youth empowered. Anambra youth empowered. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you. I am happy that we are all set to move on. When the presentation was on, someone important stepped into the hall, and I would like to specially welcome the #1 core member in Anambra State, Abi, the state coordinator, Mrs. Blessing Ekene Iruma. Mommy will welcome you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, ma, for finding time to join us. Our #1, Copper Wee Wee Wee. Wow, wow, wow. That's the spirit. We also appreciate the man who's been here since morning, Mr. Ferdinand Anya, Zonal Coordinator, sir. We thank you for being here still. Bikono kwalo no dadi aka onodiro fele. Always na alo na fear. Thank you. And we also got joined by the fair man at the NYSC camp. Join me as I make welcome Mr. Onyeka Chiobi. Kwalo ni aka biko. Thank you, sir, for being here as well. All right, so we are setting sail for the next presentation. But do you want to get up for 1 minute? Yes, get up for 1 minute and stretch. Stretch. Just get up for 1 minute and stretch your body. That's very important. DJ Wizzy, you can give us some gymnastic. You can do something like this. Do something like that. Let's get up, get up, get up, get up, please.
Hello, Habibi. Salam alaikum, Habibi. If you're ready, let's go, Habibi. I told you, Habibi. When the money enter, Habibi, I will definitely call you, Habibi.
You can get up and stretch.
Habibi. Like I'm mad fun, but
stretch your body.
Shani, Habibi. Wallahi, I will spoil you, Habibi. Oh, my baby.
You can give
I wish
someone a
you
high
won't go,
five.
Habibi. Hello,
Give someone a high five.
Salam alaikum, Habibi. If you're ready, let's go, Habibi. I told you, Habibi. When the money enter, Habibi, I will definitely call you, Habibi. We dey go to Dubai soon, Habibi. Like I'm max 400k. Shani, Habibi. Wallahi, I will spoil you, Habibi. Oh, my baby. Now which store you want go, Habibi? You get it. If you don't get it, forget it. Okay.
If you don't get it, forget it.
Enjoy the money, don't you worry, baby.
All right.
The money longer like the little payment.
Guess what? Just by doing this, it sends signals to your brains. It reactivates you. Just this hand movement. Just do it. You find it's therapeutic. We are moving on to the next presentation. And this is something that is going to captivate and define some of what we have learned today. We will be listening to a seasoned facilitator who has spent 7 years in sales, marketing, and management. His experience spreads across 3 noble organizations. We're talking about a man who understands consumer engagement, secondary sales force leadership, and sales planning. Now you understand why we're going to hear something about sales and marketing. This man is a self-motivated starter, driven by accomplishments, and his career in the FMCG successfully crafted and tuned trade marketing strategies into tactical executable actions to deliver strong results. We have someone in our midst who has successfully contributed to leadership, coaching, and motivation for his team. He has an MBA, a master's degree in international affairs and diplomacy, and a PhD in view. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I make welcome for his presentation, Mr. Dominic Saliu. A resounding applause for Mr. Dominic as he comes up, please. Keep clapping as he comes. Keep clapping. Sustain the applause. Thank you. Thank you. I like it. Sustain it, please. Do not forget that our hashtags for the pictures on social media are hashtag youth empowered, hashtag Anambra Youth Empowered, hashtag Nigerian Bottling Company, hashtag NBC, hashtag Discover, Develop, Succeed, and hashtag Mind the Gap. Thank you very much. I'll be checking out your posts in just a few minutes. Mr. Saliu, please.
Keep quiet,
thank you.
keep quiet. A moment of silence.
I've kept quiet. Thank you.
Don't talk, let me talk. Loving you, girl, no girl, lead it.
Thank you, DJ. Don't waste your talent. You will maximize it, but not today. Please, let's put our hands together as we appreciate our MC. She has done very well. So as we wait for them, let me keep you busy. I enjoy what the MC said. She said, by just doing like this, you will pass what? My head was like this. Immediately I had, by just doing like this, I thought she would say, you will send alert to your account. So I put up my head to know what we need to do to send alert into our account. Thank you. Are we set? Thank you very much. Okay, so can we just go to slide 1? But before slide 1, I will just say a few things. How many of you have discovered that those who know what to do always lead those who know how to do it? Have you discovered that? Are you sure? Yes, let me tell you one example that you are very familiar with. Have you discovered that those who work hard are not usually paid as much as those who work smart? Have you ever seen a construction site of Julius Berger before? You've seen where Julius Berger they are working before. Dan Tata and Sao construction site. Have you seen anyone? Usually at times you will see a white man or a black man that will come down from an AC car all the way from an AC office inside an under the sunlight, not inside AC, but somebody holding umbrella for him. And the man will be directing and dictating to other people what to do and how to go about it. Why the people pushing the wheelbarrow, the people carrying all the iron truss and other things, they will be taking directives from him. And this man is not lifting a pin, is not lifting any pin. But at the end of the day, even though he works from the AC, he is still paid higher than every other person. Those who work hard
are usually waiting for those who know how to do it to tell them what to do before they do. That is why we are coming into this topic. We'll be looking about project management. Project management. Many at times people know how to do things, but they don't know how to go about it. They know what they can do, but they don't even know how to start. And when they start, they don't even know how to close the deal. So project management involves everybody, and it revolves all things, starting from creation down to our present time. Jesus was speaking. Let me give you that good example. He said, how many of you would want to build a house? You will not first of all think. Sit down first, think, and ask yourself if you have enough stone, enough resources to start this building and then to complete it. And I'll give us some assignments because I'm sure every one of us here are very familiar with the creation story. Are we together? Are we together? Please, I'm seeing some people standing. Is there no seat for you? So just get yourself seated so that you don't block the person behind you, okay? Okay, if you don't have a seat, please move to the bar. There is a section there for you. If you don't have a seat, please move to the bar, but don't call the barman. If you don't have a seat, please move to the bar. Is that okay? So thank you. So project management is what every one of us need. How many of you remember the creation story? How God started? I will start from there. Who can remember what God created first? The first day. If you answer it, I give you a gift. So nobody answered, everybody answered. I say if you, one person, what did God created on the first day? Light. God created light. Now between the green plant and animal, which one did God created next? Between the green plant and the animal, which one did God created next? Plant. God bless you. Put your hands together for yourself. Now between the land and the sea, which one did God created first? The sea. Okay, you go to church very well. And between the animal and the plant, which one did God created? You say the plant. And after all this, God now said, let us make man. Now if you study that scripture very well, you will discover that the intention of God was man. But he placed his priority first. Many a times when I read that scripture, I ask myself, when God was moving, what was he doing? He was planning. The Bible says in the beginning, God made the heavens and the earth was without form and void, and the Spirit of God was moving upon the face of the water. And then God said, you understand, he was moving, he was planning which one should come first. Now based on your biology, if God had created animal before plants, what do you think would have happened? The animals will die. Why? There will be no plant to eat. What about if God had created plants before light? What do you think would have happened? Why? I got you this one. You don't get this answer. If God had created plants before light, what would have happened? The plant will die, yes, but why? No what? Those people who say photosynthesis, please put your hands together for yourself. Yes, there will not be opportunity for photosynthesis. Even God has to apply the concept of project management to place his priority. Light before plant, plant before animal, animal before man. Thank you. Put your hands together for yourself once again. So let's move on. Project management, how to effectively execute a plan. Do you have a plan? Do you have a project? Do you have a vision? Do you have an ambition? Is there a goal that you want to achieve and you don't know what comes first or what should come next? This particular presentation will help you to be able to prioritize your objective in order to know what comes first and what comes next, so that at the end of the day, you don't spend unnecessarily and you don't lag behind time. You need to carry time, resources, and then the quality of your projection along at the same pace. So our objective, to understand the project management process and cycle, develop a project plan, learn about project management knowledge area. We are going to camp here a lot. Then recognize the importance of project management office and stakeholder satisfaction. Manage the project management triangle of time, cost, and quality. Because if you compromise on one, it will affect the other. If you compromise on quality, it will affect the time and it will affect the cost. If you compromise on time as well, it will affect the other too. Please, can we move to the next slide? Thank you. Now, what is project management? Simple definition. Project management is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, techniques to project activities to meet project requirements. Many a times we know what we want to do, we have the skills, we have the knowledge, we have the technical know-how sometimes, but we don't know how to put all these things together. And in some cases, we also have the resources, but we just don't know how to annex this thing. Many times that I've seen you, their problem is not money in terms of startup. They have other things that they would have used in place of money, but because they know not how to go about it, they tend to spend a lot of time saying that their major problem is money. What does it entail? Project management entails planning, it entails execution, and it entails closing your goal or the deal. Closing your goal, closing the deal. Okay? So we move on very fast. Importance of project management. Project management help you to organize the following. Number one, stay within your budget. Number two, meet deadlines. Number three, ensure quality outcomes. And number four, enhance customer satisfaction. I will just talk about number one. Have you ever entered market? Let me be specific. Have you ever entered main market with all your salary before? Anybody? How much did you come out with? Are you serious? They made you to buy even what you did not know that you need. Right? Yes. So when you don't have plan for something, you end up planning for everything. Somebody said that they will make you buy ice, even in Iceland, where there is snow, they can sell ice for you and they will make you to buy it. So if you want to go to main market next time, please just go with your budget and stick to it. And don't do transfer for anybody, okay? So stay within your budget. Project management help you to be able to organize these 4 points. Can we move to the next slide, please? So, benefit of project management. Improve efficiency in delivery services, enhance customer satisfaction, better flexibility and adaptability to change. Because sometimes you may not be able to envisage what may likely come up after 2 days. But with project management skill, you can be flexible to be able to change from one direction to the other and replan again and re-strategize until you finish that particular vision or objective. Increase risk assessment and management capability, optimize resource allocation. I used to have a friend, okay, he's still my friend. I have this friend that usually brings things from China. One of those days he came to me and said, Dominic, I want to bring this. I need this amount of money. Everything looked fantastic. But one thing is the problem. I almost sold my first car because of him, because the guy is good at what he does. But this particular time I looked at the product, I asked him how much is the cost price. He stated it. I said this cost price cannot go for this. He insisted that he has done this before. Everything he did was always excellent. But I told him this average Nigerian, especially in his locality. So with project management, if he had brought this before the importation, I would have told him this is too high. Is there a way we can go for something lesser than this? Then I can be part of it by investing into the idea. But I could not because the cost was too high, but it was already too late. So with project management, you'll be able to bring other stakeholders. They will look into it. Some of them not because they are interested in investing, but some of them because you want to get a balanced analysis, a balanced criticism, so that you'll be able to see other loopholes loopholes that you may be blindfolded by profit. Sometimes when you look at the profit, when you press your calculator, you may not be able to see some other risk. But with project management, you'll be able to see that because somebody else will call your attention to it. Okay, you optimize your resources like what I was saying to the DJ. Don't waste your talent. Okay, every one of us, we have talent, we have skills, we have resources, and these things are limited. Okay, if they are not limited, age is not on your side. What you can do 25 years ago, you cannot do it now. So if you think you have the skill, you have the resources, time, age is not on your side. So you'll be able to maximize your resources, of which time and age is the major factor as far as your resources is concerned. So introduction, next please. Okay, project management process and cycle. Let's look at the 5 stages of project management. The number 1 is initiation. Initiation simply means insight, having an idea, having a concept, having a vision, having a goal that you want to achieve, an objective. What initiative do you have? Is there somebody here with an initiative and yet you still don't know how to go about it? So with initiative, you already have a goal, you have a vision, you have a project already from that initiative. And 3 things you must put in place or in mind. Number 1, developing a project character, others. This idea you have, who can be of help to you. I do a lot, even things that I've not learned before, okay? But immediately I move into any project, the first thing I do is to look for consultants, people that are good in that particular project. I'm a salesman, but last year I invested about 84,000. I did yam at the back of my father's house, and I planted some bitter leaf. But in terms of commercial scale, 50 hectares of rice. I've never even done 1 hectare before. They were even advising me, why not just go for 20 to start? I said, no, if I believe in 18, I put myself in it, okay? I put everything in a can and I stand by the can. I don't throw the can away. Everything I can do, I can it and I stand by the can. And they said, no, you've not done this before. Why not try with 20? I said, no, we go for 50. So I consulted people that are very good at it from the northern part of Nigeria. At every stage, they were guiding me. And also a very good friend that I have, his name is YouTube. YouTube will teach you anything you want to learn in 5 minutes. If you want a summary of it, YouTube will download it for you. So it's now left for you to choose to learn or not to learn. So YouTube is a major stakeholder. The consultant a major stakeholder. Your good friend that can look at you to your face and tell you the truth without being careful of your feeling is a major stakeholder. Involve them in that your vision. They will tell you what can work and what cannot work. Don't just go for people that will just tell you things that you want to hear and you'll be happy and be smiling and you walk your way to the cliff. Okay? May that not be your experience. Then lastly, determining the initial resources. The initial resources, what are those things that you have at your disposal? Number 1 is time. Number 2 is your friends. Number 3 is the relationship that you've established before now. Somebody called it EBA, emotional bank account. How many people have you invested into their emotion? These people are financial resources to you, but they want to see what you have to offer. Nobody will give you money for something that you don't have an idea for. When you have the vision, then they will be ready to assist you because you've made an investment into their emotion. Then number 2 is planning, defining the project scope. When do you want to start? When do you want to end? At this stage, where are you expected to be? What will be the finish line? Okay, you must know the start and the end of your project. Setting objective and schedule, very important. If I have my way, I will teach you how to calculate time gone. Anything you want to do, always set a time to it and calculate the time gone based on the... And then which one do you need to put in place? Let me give you an example. In this part of Nigeria, a lot of people like building their houses with what's that thing? Ark in front of the gate. How many of you have seen such building? That they will build a very gigantic gate and they will put ark in front of it to limit the entrance of any big vehicle that want to come in. Probably. But if you know you are going to build a 10-story building and there will be need, of which there will be need for a forklift to come in that kind of situation, you don't start with the gate. You don't start with that arc, because a forklift will not be able to have access to that place. You may end up destroying that arc in order for a forklift to be able to have access to that project site. So you look at your project, analyze it, and know what comes in first, and then the next. Then number 2 under execution is managing team. Managing team simply means managing people. There are some people that have the skills, they have the resources, but their character is bad. You don't throw them away. You still need them if you must win. You need them to be part of your team. You need to manage their behavior. You need to manage their character in order for you to win at the end of the day. Then ensuring that tasks are completed. Talking about the time gone management. You need to learn how to calculate your time gone so that you don't compromise your quality. Where time is affected, quality may likely be impacted as well. Please, the next one is monitoring and controlling. Very important. You need to check on other stakeholders to know what they've done and what they have next to do. Project management, as the project manager, you are like a leader, giving everybody a sense of direction, what they need to do per time, and the percentage that they need to cover before the time gone. So measuring project, identifying variances, making necessary adjustments. In sales and marketing, there is what we call KPIs. There's what we call KPIs, key performance indicators. This thing tells if you are doing well and if you are not doing well. Sometimes you may be doing very well financially, but volume-wise, you are not doing well. So you need to have your key performance indicators to know when you are doing well or when you are not doing well. So before they fix up the project, let me teach you how to calculate time gone. It's very simple. Are we all here? What's today's date? 20 what? 26th. How many days do we have in this month? Now imagine or visualize that you have a project that you need to complete in 30 days in this month of September. Now on the 26th of September, at what percentage achievement are you expected to be in that project? Can anybody help us? Of course, that's what I say I will teach you, right? It's very simple. 26 multiplied by 100. Can anybody do that? Then how many days do we have in September? Divide by 30. What do you have? What do you have? 26 multiplied by 100 divided by 30. What do you have? 86% achievement. So if you have a project that you're supposed to get completed 100% by 30th of September, as at today, you are expected to be at 86% achievement. I had a review with my team in Onitsha this morning before coming. 5 supervisors, 42 stays force. And we had a very lengthy meeting looking at all our KPIs because the quarter is ending on Friday. Saturday has been taken out of our working day because of the election. So we have to replan our time gone, recalculate. So at the end of the day by Friday, all our KPIs should be at 100%. If you do that for your personal life, if you do that for your education, if you do that for your business, at every point in time, you will always be above the time gone. Thank you. Please, is there any other thing?
Thank you so much, Mr. Dominic. Can we give him a resounding, a bigger applause? Wow, he finished just at the nick of time. Now we will make a few recognitions, after which we will hear from the state coordinator of the NYSC in Anambra State. When Mr. Dominic was speaking to us, important personality as I make welcome, a man who functioned as the Managing Director and CEO of Anambra Newspapers and Printing Corporation. And now heads what is called the Anambra State Civic Education Office. Join me as I make welcome Sechuka Nnabife, a resounding applause. He is my boss and father in the profession. Daddy, we welcome you. Thank you so much for being here today. He came with word from the government of Anambra, and we can't wait to hear him. Also, we have a distinguished professor from the University of all times, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, the Department of Business Administration, Management and Entrepreneurship. Join me as I make welcome Professor Clementina Uchenna Abuyano. A resounding applause for a distinguished academic and an erudite educator. Now, Anambra youth, please give it up for the state coordinator of the NYSC in Anambra State. Join me as I make welcome our mommy, Mrs. Blessing Ekene Iruma, for her goodwill, short goodwill message. Keep clapping. Are you tired? Can you be tired? We cannot be tired. Copper, wee. Wow. Mommy is here to speak to us for a few. Thank you, ma, for your patience.
Special recognition to members of the high table, the professor, and the chairman of the civic education, and all other members of the high table. I recognize you. The youth in our midst, gentlemen, co-members, special salutation to you all this morning. Good morning to you all. I am happy to be here, and I appreciate Nigerian Bottling Company and Mind the Gap team for this awesome presentation. I have learned a lot within a few minutes that I've been here. I wish I could stay the whole day, but I have other programs calling my attention. But I wish to encourage the youth who are here. There is no better way to organize your lives and your future if you don't take what we just got seriously. And I know you have all other presentations to receive. If you do not have notes, strive to get a reflection on today's teaching. Oftentimes I hear people say, the younger generation are not employable, the younger generation are lazy. I don't believe that the Nigerian youth are lazy. I don't believe they're employable. The distractions that the youth have all come from social media and not utilizing their time and planning time well. Here we have learned time management, we have learned project management, and a whole lot of others. If you don't take this home, you have wasted your time today. One more time, let us appreciate Nigerian Bottling Company for putting this program specifically to empower and educate the youth. Empowerment does not just come with money or grants. When somebody helps you to transform your mind, helps you to elevate your thinking pattern, helps you to plan and be aware, the person has helped you and has helped your future. Nigerian Bottling Company and Mind the Gap has just packaged what it will take people 10 years or more to learn, and they have compressed it and brought them all today. I wish to encourage you. I have spoken to my friend at the high table from Nigerian Bottling Company to avail us of these messages in our emails. I, for one, I need it, I like it, and I treasure it. And I encourage you to practicalize what we have learned here. Project management, talking about the application of skills, knowledge, tools, techniques to project activities for project requirements. Take something home and you can start your business. You can rephrase your business. You can repackage your business. You can rebrand your business because of what you have just heard here. I wish you all the best. And one more time, I appreciate the organizers of today's training, and I like to be associated with this today and forever. Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, our mommy. Blessing Ekene Iruma. Please let us join mommy on stage for the pictures, for the quick photo session. I'm calling on the members of the high table, everyone who's seated on the front row, and as well NBC mentors here present. Please join us. Facilitators of this program, come up stage for this important photo session as the DJ gives us something soft. Everyone else, take pictures where you are. Please take pictures. Take pictures of yourself, of those on stage. Just have a great time. Thank you.
Slowly at the top. Money on my mind. Don't care what they yarning about me in particular. Call me. Out here on the road chasing my dream because I know I'm chasing for me. Ololola the mango my love. Orokoto idisho my love. If you want to let Jack come alone, need to find anybody na money I want. They hear what the people they love. Want to get a shakeleti love. It's a love when I want to get another one. I go take and do waiting I love. Waiting you love. No be waiting I love. Waiting I love. I go do what we done my heart. Okokoro no be vodka. Mr. Money Ginger. But when I know the ways that Mr. Money Ginger. Just carry on, if you no time. Bad boy day, me I day fine. And at the same time, me I day high.
All right.
Stand out, calm down, you go day fine.
Thank you so much, everyone. We appreciate all our distinguished guests who are here today to honor Anambra youth. As we move on, we will hear just a few words from some of our distinguished guests who are here. I did mention earlier that we have a professor from the Citadel of Learning here in Oka. And now is the time for us to hear a few words. We'll hear a few words from Prof. Prof, we would like for you to join us on stage to share this. The youths are waiting. Professor Clementina Uchenna Buono. Please clapping for our Professor of Business Administration Management and Entrepreneurship.
Masterclass on the beat.
Good afternoon, everyone gathered. The Anambra Governor for you to be able to achieve, you must be an achiever. For you to be able to achieve, you must be an achievement-minded. Sometime in about 5 years ago, a niece of mine was graduating from university, and I was appreciating her going to service. She said, "Auntie, don't appreciate me." I said, "Why?" He said, "After you serve it, what next? After you service, what next?" A very important question. Today, she's in Canada. You have to be proactive. Nigerian youths, please come up. You have to be proactive. If people like us achieved it when Nigeria wasn't like this, as bright, you have opportunities, social media, you will achieve better. You will achieve. Just believe in yourself. I always tell you, you need a great lot of attitudinal change. You know the problem we have in Nigeria started from the time when Nigeria started having oil. And so everybody was reliant on oil. and our oil is gradually drying up. So we need to have an economy that is not dependent on oil alone. You see, when people say Nigerian youths are lazy, you are not lazy, we are not lazy. It depends on the attitude. Whatever you think, you believe you can achieve it. So, what do I want to say? You are people going out. By now, you should have known where you are going. And if you don't know where you're going, you can never get there. You can't get there. So, first of all, before you think of time management, you must have your goal. Where am I going? If you leave your house and you're going somewhere, you don't have a target, you don't have idea of where you're going, if you spend the whole resources within your power, you can never get there. So first of all, you must have a goal. This goal will be the one that will be, strengthening you, that will be showing you direction. Of course, by now, you should have known your purpose. For what purpose am I created? What purpose am I created? If you are here in this hall and up by now, you have not known the purpose for which God created you, then you need to have a rethink. You need to sit down and think and say, God, I am here, I have finished university, first degree. I hope you know first degree now is the beginning. But what is my purpose? What do I have to achieve? If you have not had, sit down and get your purpose. From your purpose, you get your goal. That goal that will be leading you. Then from your goal, you have objectives. Objectives are broken step-by-step processes that will lead you into achieving your goal. Then, when you have all this, I used to tell students, you can't be reading without direction, without your timetable. Your time management has to be your timetable, how you have planned to take things step by step towards leading to the achievement of your goal. So, what are those things that you need to do? First of all, you have known your goal. Secondly, you have known your objectives. Then there is what we call in management SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis. S represents your strengths. W represents your weaknesses. O represents the opportunities. And T represents your threats. What are your strengths? What are those things in you that will make you, that will propel you to achieve your goal? What are your weaknesses? The worst thing you can do to yourself is not able to assess yourself. Not able to know what you can do and what you cannot do. Don't do because others are doing. This person is going into this, let me go there. No. You need to understand yourself. You need to know your weak points. And tell yourself the truth. When you assess yourself, then it becomes easy. So the weaknesses are there. What are the opportunities? See, people are clamoring to go outside Nigeria. Do you know that there are more opportunities in Nigeria than outside there? Do you know that? Yes, because developed countries are all developed. If you're going there just to do one menial job or the other. It is in Nigeria, in Africa, that you still have resources that are yet to be harnessed. Yes, believe in yourself. That's the attitude. I expect this reaction. Believe in your country, believe in yourself, and start doing it. Have a bigger goal and begin to achieve them gradually. These are the prerequisites of time management. Time management is very important because time and tide waits for nobody. Time and tide, time cannot stay, and that's why there is need for you to manage it. Between my graduation to the next year, what do I want to achieve? You set a target for yourself and you begin to plan it in such a way that before you get there, you will have already achieved it. You would have not have all the potentials in you. You must be somebody who has a lot of propensity to save. Any money that comes into your hand is not for consumption. Your propensity to save must be greater than your propensity to consume. And the moment your propensity to save is higher than that propensity to consume, you're on the right track. So that everything that comes into you as resource, some of them you must conserve. So that you'll be able to do what? Invest into another thing. So it is very important you know how to manage your time. Time is not there for you all the time. So you begin to plan from this year to next year, this is my target. Then you start working towards the target, using objectives step by step to achieve it. Next year, you plan another thing. Everything boils in planning, effective planning. Remember, you used to use what we call conventional planning method. It is no longer the in thing now. It is no longer planning as usual. It is no longer, let us do it the way we have been doing it. Conventional planning has been taken over by strategic planning. Even strategic planning has also been taken over by entrepreneurial proactive planning. Always be in control. Always look ahead. You must have, ability to look ahead. Be in charge. Not that, okay, when we get there, when we get to the river, we cross it. No. You must forecast. You see, a lot of things you have learned will help you in solving your problem. You must have, an idea of the future through forecasting. And I saw when they were teaching you project management. Yeah, all of them are together. Time management, project management, all of them are totally woven into a complete package of what strategic management is all about. You see, if you get to the university, if you do your courses and you have not taken courses in business administration, you have not started. Because management is what? Universal. Management is universal. Universal in the sense that it's used in every aspect of your life. Whether as a student, whether as a graduate, whether as an officer, whether as a mother, as a father. So you need to have idea of strategic management. How do you manage your resources? Remember, your resources are, you have natural resources, you have human resources, you have material resources, you also have financial resources. These resources are never surplus. They are never surplus. At any point in time, you are battling with one insufficiency or the other. So there is need for you to plan. There is need for you to organize. There is need for you to arrange yourself so that you know the ones that demand priority. In economics, we call it what? Opportunity cost. You arrange your demands, your plan in order of priority. Which one will take attention first? So you should be able to arrange all this according to your priority, so that you'll be able to use the resources at your disposal to achieve what you want to achieve. This is very important. Ability to organize yourself. So as youth service people that are going into the world, there is a lot of challenge. But these challenges will never weigh you down if you have a proactive method of going towards it. So I want to appreciate the organizers. I want to thank you all that made yourself available. I want to pray that God will be with you. As you move, the future is very bright. Believe in yourself. Whatever you believe, you will get. Just believe the future is bright. People are saying you are not employable. I don't believe you are. Whatever you believe is what you get. Then begin to train yourself. Begin to prepare yourself so that when you get into the competitive market, you always succeed. May God bless you.
Please keep clapping for Prof. Oburo Belife to be a professor.
Professor to pay a man to no fail. Professor Swallow you go.
Prof. Fine Kenege. Dalurine. Professor Clementina Abiano. We appreciate
professor.
Your goodwill message. All right. Thank you so much, ma. Anambra Youth, did you get something from that? Have you added it to your notes? All right. You cannot be deterred. And just to add to that, I just returned from Abuja yesterday, where we had engagements regarding, you know what is going on globally? Do you know what's going on in New York presently? It's called the United Nations General Assembly. And before that, we had what we call the Summit of the Future on the 20th and 21st of September. If time permits, I'm going to
They want feedback. These are the processes you went, communication-wise. Let's talk about food. You don't even have, some of you don't care, you have this long bell because you must not cook in this generation. In my generation, you dare not try it. Because you must wash your dress. How many dry cleaners do you have? In fact, in secondary school, somebody was asked, what was in class 4, somebody was describing dry cleaner as watching a cloth in dry water. Can you imagine that situation? Because they didn't know what it was. Now, you wash your clothes if you have money. Now, you go and buy your food across the shelf, and things are so rosy for this. Your generation is called Gen Z. Now, she told you that there are more opportunities here than those places we japa to. Let me explain. I understand Yoruba. I have a smattering understanding of Yoruba. To japa means jap is to go off. Back is to die. Hello, I'm not joking. I write you about this. Japan means escape. To escape death. That's the meaning. Go to Japan. Go to Japan. I don't escape. Japan means death. I don't want that the negativity of that expression actually makes it too good to me. But you may say it's in reality. We have seen it in our times. But let me actually tell you, I didn't go abroad. I stand here, walk here, and there are my mates who are ahead of me. But if we take a roll call of our colleagues, our leaders, be it in secondary school or in university, first or second or whatever degree, you will find that the top 30%, among 30% of people who succeeded in business and in their professions were in Nigeria. Where in Nigeria, because you don't have opportunity to grow when you go there in your profession. You may make money because dollar is now 1,000 Nigeria. You know I don't care. Things are difficult. Things for young people who are intelligent, excel. Think outside the box. You have opportunity. If the youth, I don't use that expression at all because I don't believe in it. Two expressions that I always kick against wherever you use it. Say the youth of these days don't read is a lie. They read more than my generation. Because every time you see them, they are doing something. There are activities, practical things. They are reading. We were not. What a young person of today reads in a day. What he reads in a day, I didn't read it in 2 months. I'm not trying to embellish things. Now they tell you that all employable. It is a lie. What degrees that I have? I am coming so that you have the people of this generation have more degrees than we have. They have more knowledge. The only thing is, do you apply your knowledge? That is where the issue starts. If they're now saying it is that there are no jobs here, let me tell you, it is very possible that this DJ has 2 degrees. Now, in my time, the best profession now in the world currently is marketing. That's why when people are saying business, this study business management, then you are missing something. History. I didn't study it, but I know that that's the knowledge. Marketing jobs, photography, this joking, these are people who are professionals who are making money. It's not accountant, it's not engineer, lawyer, or doctor. That was our time's preference. Now, I want to ask you, what do you think you should do to become a successful person? I will tell you things that if you don't have them, you will find it hard to be a successful person. Most of them are being taught to you, that will break it down. You know, like sense of respect. You get me? It's not only respect of your elders, your brothers, your father, and your mother. It is a respect for yourself also. Respect for authority. Respect for society's norms. If you don't have a sense of respect, self-respect, and respect, you are not going far. If you don't have a sense of confidence in yourself, if you're not comfortable with your skin, you feel always body shame because you are a plus size, or body shame because you don't have big bum or big Manchester. You know, today, these days now, everybody goes on TV, on TikTok and all this social media to display whatever products, and you begin to think that that is the best. You don't have sense work. You don't have an understanding of the value of time. You won't go far. And these are values you begin to imbibe now that you are a young person, not when you have already become an old person or almost an old person. If you don't have a sense of planning, if you don't know where you will go, Prof told you that if you wake up without plan and you have all the money on debt, you can gallivant all over and still didn't get to your destination. Do you know that if you don't know how to climb on people, not using, climb on people, before you climb on me, I will let you into my space, or you will let me into your space. If you don't have a sense of how to use your class, your classmates, postal mates, how to integrate with people, you can't go further. In Anambra, before I go, we have my agency. We try to let people know what it means to be uniquely under Anambra. And we don't make pretenses about it. We know that we are Anambra is a state. Anambra is a state. And it is not something that we have an A state. But there are values that we have established. These values of human, when you go out and somebody asks you, if I have I am so sure, almost sure, that if somebody, when they say there are 20 persons who are intending to be, after interaction with them for just a day, I am so sure that anybody who knows Nigeria or who knows Anambra will have a strong fight for everything. How of that? We are ready to go on the every Anambra person, because I am a part of a party, so if you don't have have respect and dignity for yourself, for a sense of your pride. In Anambra also, we are very religious, unapologetically religious, and we are not agnostic. Ode Shabros upper value no, gun trotting is not, begging is not our value. We value is at Anambra value. So if you live in Anambra currently, or you are serving in Anambra currently, or you are from Anambra currently, try to invite those values. That's why I came on stage with this. If you come, there is this the 12 values that make on Anambra. I can get to you later with the organization, with this, the organizers of this, so that you know what makes you an Anambra person. And to invite that value. If you are in Anambra and you have no interest on learning a skill, we go to school, but we also learn vocations in Anambra. We learn skill. Have you heard of 1U2 skill? Has any one of you had 1U2 skill solution? Yes. It's in Anambra and the whole Nigeria are now copying us. The federal government has also copied us. 1U26 solution is totally a solution. You must have, and that 2 skills we mean is that you must have a skill apart from your degrees. We have people who have their PhDs, double PhD or so, masters and first degree, or even those who didn't even go to university at all, who are in that 1U2 skills program. But when you finish, then they will teach you enterprise, how to run an enterprise. Okay, that is not enterprise. We are known for running enterprises successfully. And that is what we must provide. And finally, we are key on environment.
Thank you very much, my father, and highly respected veteran journalist, Sechuka Nabive, the man who governor, the very visionary professor of economics, Professor Chukuma Charles Soludo, carefully picked to play the role of the NDCEO of the Anambra State Civic and Social Transformation Agency. Another resounding applause! I need to come. That's a shout of victory. To empower the youth and set us on our path for progress. I want 5 people to come, join me here. 5 people who want to enter this very important list. Please come. 5 people. The ladies are always the first to come. The guys will always be smacking. Now wow. Now wow. Alright, so face us. Stand as if you're in a beauty pageant. We are fast and we're drinking your Coke. Excess Coke for everybody. You can't no Coke. Okay, too much sugar. We just need sugar rush. I've been getting some sugar rush. All right. Now I'll just pop the questions. So don't get it out. Very important. All right. Are you ready? Good to go. All right. Now, the first of Nigerian Bottling Company Limited. His name was the first name. I recognized him first during the protocol. Anybody here? Once I ask my 5 questions and I no go, I will say Habiaro. I say Fabiaro. All right, so this is already 0. Number 2, please don't communicate. You answer this question, him. So nobody talks. Facilitating this program.
Nigerian
no
Bottling
noise.
Nigeria Bottling Company.
Is that right? Okay. Oga, what do we tell him? Bye. Everybody tell him bye. Thank you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, yeah, time. DJ, I know I thought I want to give me. Hey, and you were my friend, though. Huh? All right, we're moving on. We failed to get the second question, and I will move on from that. Right? I can't ask that question again. When I say, see, this is one question, and once I ask you, answer. All right? Don't blink. I talked about entrepreneur at the beginning of this program. Who is an entrepreneur? Intrapreneur.
This is a lot of pressure. Entrepreneur.
Intra. Not entrepreneur. Intrapreneur. I'm even giving you the answer by how I'm. K5 we are DJ. Are you ready? I know you are John Mother. K5 we are. Bye. So when next you come prepared. All right. Mention the name. Remark.
I came late.
Hey, yeah, gawaya o. Apo ifoma osigene obiaro. I'm sure you can tell me. Because the person, I can even see the person here. Join me as I make welcome the National Secretary of the leading party in Anambra State, the All Progressives Grand Alliance, Mazi. We welcome you. Bikono kualano Mazi aka. No rinne. All right. Okay. Now we are going to. Oga, have you answered? Okay, DJ now. You're wasting his time. What you have to tell him. Bye. Do you know the answer? The person who rendered the opening remark, she spoke for a long time. You even know the person I'm talking about.
Mrs. Ifoma.
Mrs. Ifoma. Odigo complete. Somebody is telling you. Okay, I'll change that question because you are tempted, but it's not complete. Because anybody can be what? Mrs. Ifoma. All right. So now let's talk about the project locations for Project Youth Empowered. Look directly at me. The project locations, how many are they? Mention.
We have Anambra.
Okay.
We have Borno.
Okay.
We have Imo and Kano.
Hey!
Extraordinary things. Show me love, I will show you more.
Wow. All right. So we have one person who joins this glorious list. So put your name here. Thank you. Write your name here. All right, let me have 4 people. 4 from behind. 4 people. Let's do this, guys. 4 people. 4. 4 people. 4. All right. Just come to the center.
They notice. I'm not joking. All my guys, them
All
know
right.
me.
All right. We have 4. Yes. All right, so we are ready now. Congratulations in advance. I don't even know what you have won, but I congratulate you because being here is a big deal. All right, so we'll start from the humble lady there. Yes, she's humble, can't you see? All right, so now you're going to tell us. What do we even want you to tell us now? During this conversation here, I talked about a global event going on now somewhere around the world. What's that event about? I talked about it and I said I'll give you more details. That something is going on. I asked you where and you said you didn't know. I told you. You remember? All right, so tell me. Don't tell her. Don't tell her. All right, I'll move that over to the next person. Thank you. DJ. Bye. All right. Yes.
International conference.
Beautiful. Continue. Oh my. DJ, please speak with your divine wisdom.
Summit, international summit conference. International.
You want to answer? You want to answer? It's a jumble of different things. Well, okay. Who do I give? I'll give it to him and I'll ask you another question. Please, let's give it to this uncle. Because he said he knows it's the United Nations. Yeah, that's very important. He could locate the source. So let's give him a resounding applause as he puts his name on the list.
Jason.
Actually, why this question made it into what we are talking about is because the facilitator told me that the youth need to know what is going on globally. You should be aware. And one of our amazing brothers, Builder Kingsley, I thought you were here. He was talking to me about the need for young people to follow global happenings so that you can always locate yourself in the mix of what is going on globally. DJ, can you give us something?
Jason.
Two more people, and I think that with you guys, I'm good. All right, so my darling, you're going to have to tell me, are you ready? You know, we experienced some sugar rush, and we are still at it. She's going to name 5 products by who? The sponsors of this event. What are they called? Scream it now. Tell me the sponsors of this program. Nigerian Bottling Company Limited. So 5, just 5.
Okay, we have Coca-Cola, we have Sprite, we have Fanta, we have Desperado, You mentioned it.
Desperado.
Is it? No, no.
Because I was
Okay.
wondering if who is desperate here. Her brand, right?
Predator. That's what you mentioned, I remember. So I'm mixing it up.
Okay, so we have the first one
I
is.
said Coke,
Yeah.
Fanta, Sprite, Predator,
And.
Pepsi. No.
She has
Sorry. Eva water. I said Eva water.
And Madam says, nada. That's what she said. DJ, the crowd is begging you to do your job. Was the Nigerian Bottling Company Limited founded? Don't say it, hold it close to your chest.
19.
It should be 90.
Please, she has been saying we should put our hands together for other people. Please, can we celebrate the MC of this event? If you know it's not easy and you cannot do it, please clap for her. If you know it's easy and you can do it, also clap for her. Right? So all join. Thank you so much. Once again, can you put your hands together for Nigerian Bottling Company? Can you just put your hands together for them? If you are not doing it, you will not drink our Coke and water again. All right. So my very quick announcement is that we have something very, very interesting for. How many of us have a business idea here? Can I see your hands up? If you have a business idea, I want to see your hands properly up. Beautiful. We have something here. The managing director of Nigerian Bottling Company has said and has sent something for the winner. Someone who is going to be coming up out of the crowd here to come and pitch about that business. And we're going to be doing that immediately after our lunch. Our lunch will soon be served, right? So we're going to be getting everyone. So listen now. I know say when you don't reach monitor, all of us don't. Calm down. So let me tell you, my time is up here. Let me just round up. So for everyone who has a business idea, please ensure you're not in a hurry to leave here. We're going to be doing that immediately after the last lecture. And when we are done with that, everyone who wants to pitch, we're going to have you up here on stage. And we're going to get our judges here. And we're going to get the finalists and the final winner. How many of us are ready to do this? If you're ready, can you say yeah? If you are not ready, say no. So the yeah has it. Whether you like it or not, we're going to get a winner here. And that person is going home with something that would make that person start the business and start that idea today. Can we put our hands together once again for Nigerian Bottling Company? All right. So I'm passing the baton back to the MC. Once again, put your hands together for the MC. The MC is going to call our daddy. Put your hands together for the MC.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayowa, for that very important announcement. Who is ready to win? Are you kabashing already? I need to remind you, right? Start kabashing. You actually need more than physical or your intellectual ability to win in a place like this with lots of very intellectually sound Nigerian youths. That's a compliment. Clap for yourselves. But now we'll have Sechuk and Nabife for some words of wisdom.
Sorry, I asked for this opportunity to talk to you. I hope. Okay. I asked for this opportunity to talk to you following what I just saw. Hello, is there any problem over there? I asked for this opportunity to talk to you following what I just saw during this question session. Let me tell you, you can't complain of lack of opportunities when you have opportunities slip by. You have a very huge opportunity. Sorry, permit me to climb up. This message is very important. Listen to me if you wish to listen, but it will help you. I will want somebody here to successfully pitch and win. But thank God they gave me this opportunity to speak. Because if it had to go from the way I saw this participation for the questions, random questions and selection, I doubt if anybody will win. Questions that you were asked here, we are all present right here. For example, this is the answer to locations. You are watching it. You are watching it here. In the bottle of Coke, in the hand notebook that you have there are information that were asked you. I came late, but there are people who presented to you. Hello? There are people who presented to you, they gave you their names. Somebody was asked the brands. Am I communicating? Somebody was asked the brands. And the person didn't know that there are brands you can't mention when you are in an event with a rival brand. You don't just, once you mention it, everything about you is not. When you go into an organization, as you are stepping in to work, you must learn the environment. You must succeed. There's something we call social intelligence and emotional intelligence. You must know what to say and what not to say. You must immediately code. That is, younger people like you guys call it, you don't lose guard and you don't miss yarn. You must learn it immediately. The first thing you do to succeed in an environment is to learn the environment. I'm not joking with you. I was once like you. Motor where I carry come here, I win them. I win them in a competition. All journalists in Nigeria. You see, now my Golda motor now I carry. I win Golda. Youth service, I win among my competitors. It's not that I am smart. It's just like you must code. There are some things. Good morning, sir. Good morning, madam. Mommy, how about Junior's birthday? Can do for you in an organization for life. There is something like Happy New Month. This which you guys greet. There are things like, Daddy, what is that your birthday? You forgot your birthday can do for you. You may come in here. Let me tell you what pitching means. Once you do this pitch and succeed, they sponsor you. They sponsor you. You may have been struggling for 10 years. You may not have a business idea. Your business idea may not meet any uncle or any aunt that will sponsor it. Anambra is number 1 state. I want one of you, or 2 of you, or 3 of you, or all of you to win it. This is the state where you have the highest number. In Nigeria, go and check, of startups, business startups by young people like you. We must not lose that standard with you. And Mr. Governor has also made it that everybody here will be digitally literate. we have not just one youth to skills, we have other things we are doing to make youth vibrant, but you must live up to it. Even to call you, some of you were not willing to come out. And I say, see opportunity, and person they look at, they does, they pass. Take your opportunities. This is your chance, my dear. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We appreciate your charge, and you are the spur. We appreciate you. Now, we will listen to, I want to appreciate our speaker because he's been very patient with us as we get set to listen to him, because what he has to tell us will actually prepare us for the pitch session. I want you to get ready. Please, let's not make any noise anymore, because this is a very important session. That is why we are having it at this time. We'll be listening to a man who is known and celebrated as a business growth strategist and an experienced salesman. You know about full stack development, right? When somebody is a full stack developer, that's a better term. He's a full stack software engineer, a serial entrepreneur, and an ecosystem builder. We also call him a seasoned business coach and a successful Igbo businessman with Egondi Igbo. You know when we're talking about Anambra money, I believe that's what he has. He is passionate about leveraging technology and innovation to solve everyday Africa's problem and ultimately create an enabling platform for the younger generations to thrive. Join me, ladies and gentlemen, Anambra Youth, here at the Anambra Youth Empowered Program, sponsored and powered by the Nigerian Bottling Company, as I make welcome Mr. Pascal Okeke. Please appreciate this good man. You know there are a few good men in the world. So when you see a good man, appreciate him. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. While we do the setup, can you convince me to give you my 1,000 naira? Who can convince me to give him my 1,000 naira? Please, the second mic. If you are sure you can convince me to dash you my 1,000 naira, request for the mic. Obiaka Kwagi. Yeah, convince me to give you my 1,000 naira.
Good afternoon, everyone. Stand before you is Benjamin. And I would like to convince you so much that 1,000 means so much to me. Now, talking from your own field of life, which is a full stack developer, which you are, I want to say that it's very important to leverage technology with the economic situation of Nigeria. Technology is very important because we need it for every development of life, basically in education. Number one, with technology, we have the aid and access to every information we need to have access to information and knowledge. With tech in development,
Naira.
Kopawi. My name is Khalid and I'm an educator. Growing up, I've always loved and I'm passionate about innovations. But growing up, I've not had that environment to support me. And it has always been very hectic, to the extent that even when I gain admission, I always feel I'm odd, like I'm an alien when I come up with my innovative ideas and things. And that led me to creation of a tech community in my school called the OOU Tech Community, Olabisi Onabanjo University Tech Community. And that challenged me more to go further and make more impact. But I'm an embedded system engineer and I do a bit of robotics and IoT. And I noticed that in this field, it needs more than knowledge. You actually need the financial capital to make impact. It's not only about knowledge, but also how can you help others achieving their goals?
Hello.
So, okay, just 2 minutes, just 1 minute, 1 minute to round it up. 1 minute to round it up. So, I believe that this 1,000 naira will actually go a long way in affecting a lot of lives. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Excuse me, sir. Let me just make a few announcements. So, please, sponsors want to appreciate you for your decorum so far. And please, for this process to continue and for us to get the best out of this, you need to keep quiet. We need to be very calm so that we don't at some point exert ourselves and go. We want to be able to get the best out of this program. Join me as I welcome the immediate past president of UNIZIC and chair of SUG President Anambra State, Giants Comrade Izuchukwu Ejike Me Ifebiko Aine Kenegi. No, thank you for being. All right, so there's another thing we need to know. You've heard about a pitch, right? Are you ready to pitch? You want to pitch? Nobody's responding. All right, if you really want to pitch, during this presentation, I'm sure that you already have an idea of this problem you want to solve, how you want to solve it, and how much you need. So you're just going to have to write it on a piece of paper, as concise as possible. So we can collect them before lunch. After this presentation, we'll just collect it. So what you already want to do, just put it on paper. After his presentation, before lunch is sift through. Okay, they will, you submit to these pretty ladies. So just as you're listening, I know you can multitask. So write your pitch and submit to any of them, okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Pascal. You're so kind. Let's give him a resounding applause. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to give one more chance. Who wants to win my 1,000 naira? In 30 seconds, convince me to give you my 1,000.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Abasi Freke Joseph Achibong. I want to tell the man with the mic that if he's giving me the 1,000 naira, he's not just giving out the cash for nothing. He's going to get perfume for the 1,000 naira.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. All right. Good afternoon once again. It's just to teach you, or what I'll be doing today is to teach you how to exchange values. You must offer something for something. If you must succeed in this environment, if you must succeed as a person, you must offer something for something. Now, in the next few minutes, I'll be teaching you what it takes to get something, maybe value, money, or anything, and as well how to strike a balanced negotiation. A round of applause for yourself once again. All right, so we'll be leading on sales and negotiation skills. And before you go out from here today, you'll be mastering the art of selling and negotiation. Next, please. All right, so we have an objectives we want to achieve before the end of this session. So if you are here and you sell products or services or ideas, we will teach you how to effectively sell these things. We will also learn how to obtain desired value in return for offered products, services, or ideas. The third one is that we will teach you how to improve your sales and negotiation skills. All right, so we'll be taking them one after the other. Introduction to sales and negotiation, essential steps to selling, the winner's selling process, the win-win way to extraordinary negotiation, the Batman model and processes, then the hard and soft skills. Time may not permit us to do a small activity, but of course, we'll give you time to ask one or two questions. Next. All right, so for us to continue, you must understand the basis of sales. Sales are the backbone of any business. If you are a business owner, or if you offer values, or if you offer services, you cannot succeed in that business if you are not making money. You cannot grow in that business if you are not making money. I believe most of us here understand Igbo. If you have a shop in Ekoka and you dress up in the morning and you go to your shop and you open your shop and you sit down there for the whole day and you didn't get 20 naira for anything, will you be happy going back home? This is what sales does for you. If you open a shop in the morning and you get plenty money from your services or your products, you'll be very happy joining your family in the evening. Sales involves the exchange of products or services for monetary value. She just exhibited that here a few minutes ago. It's about creating value for both the seller and the buyer. I wouldn't have easily given out my 1,000 naira if I am not getting back a value for that. Now, there are plenty importances why you need sales in your business. Number one is sales drives revenue and business growth. Your business will not move from point A to point B if you are not making money. Number two, effective sales are crucial for sustaining and expanding a business. You cannot grow your small businesses from that small businesses to a big enterprise without sales and money. Number three, sales. Mastering sales techniques helps in understanding customer needs. It builds relationship and close beneficial deals. There are some of your friends today who started as your prospects. There are some of your friends today who started as your buyers. You cannot continue that relationship if you don't know how to strike a good sales and maintain relationships. Now, there is a psychology of selling. Number one is reciprocity. Offering something valuable upfront creates a sense of obligation in the customer to reciprocate by making a purchase. If I discover that you don't smell good, sorry, and I have an offering to offer you perfume for just few naira notes, of course, you may be willing to buy my perfume, isn't it? Number two is scarcity. You create limited availability increases demand. If you've tried a product and it looks good or it tastes good, and you go to the next shop to get it and you didn't find it, it will increase your sense of search, thus prompting customers to act quickly to avoid missing out. If Coke comes here today and tells you that they are selling a bottle of Coke for 50 naira, I know a good number of you would want to buy more, even calling your friends to send you money to buy more so that you will sell to that woman in the street. The third one is social proof. A lot of you guys do it on social media. If you see that your friend have tested this product and it sounds good, you may be prompted to buy. Now, there are essential steps to selling. Number one is prospect research. For you to offer value, you need to know what your customers need. You need to study them. You need to know their social environment. You need to know when to meet them. You need to know the exact need they are passing through and how your product can serve that. You have the ask questions and listening attentively. That is the interaction session. You need to find out a good number of things about that person and the issues he's passing through so your products and services can address them. You need to ask questions. You take your customers along the journey, ask questions, know their pain points, discover if your product or your service is a painkiller or a vitamin. Then you also need to plan your meetings. When you are meeting these prospects, what do you think you will tell them to trigger their emotions? How do you think you present your services or your products to solve their problem? What questions will be running through their mind as you present these solutions to them? And how do you comfortably answer the questions? Then the last one is to creating a relationship. As you meet these prospects, as you try to convince these prospects, you also be looking at creating a relationship so that you will lengthen the buying process or the sales process. Now, there's what we call a winner's selling process. This is a structured approach designed to guide you through each stage of your sales cycle. Number one is prospecting. You need to identify potential leads and build a list of prospects. I am a graphics designer. What kind of graphics do I want to be doing? I am a photographer. Do I need to do the conventional photography or do I need to enter the streets? What kind of shots do I need to take? What kind of people do I need to snap such that they can improve my selling capacity? Number two is qualification. You need to assess the prospect's need, his budget, and his decision-making power. If I want to sell to you, where do I meet you? What is your current need? Who are you buying from? Can you make that decision for yourself? I give you an example. Who eats Indomie? Or who eats noodles? Hello? Who eats noodles? Is it the father, the mother, or the children? Who eats noodles? Who prepares the noodles? But who buys the noodles? So if you are a businessman and you want to sell noodles to me, do you go to the father? All right. The next one is the needs analysis. You need to understand the prospect's needs, the challenges, and their goals. Then the next one is the proposal. You prepare and present a tailored proposal that addresses specific needs. If your solution do not, or your service or your product do not solve a problem, you will lose out in the sales market. The last one on the winner selling process is the negotiation. You need to agree on terms, address objections, and finalize details. All right. Now, I give you an example. A technology firm identified and qualified leads through targeted research, conducted a thorough needs analysis, and presented a customized proposal that led to a successful sale. During negotiation, they addressed the client's concern and closed the deal by offering a flexible payment plan. How many of you here wants to buy iPhone 16? Hello? How many of you here wants to buy iPhone 16? Now, if I offer you to pay for iPhone 16 for 100 naira per day until you finish the payment, will you be happy to subscribe to that? All right. The second example is a service provider used the negotiation stage to address clients' concerns, adjust terms, and closed the deal, followed by effective follow-up to ensure ongoing satisfaction and secure repeated business. If I offer you a service and you have basic knowledge of that service, and I'll be able to give you orientation on how to effectively use that product and continue to follow you up on your feedbacks, you will be trusted. You will trust that product so much that you can refer me to your friends. Next. Now, there's a win-win way to extraordinary negotiation. There's a principles of negotiation. One is that you seek mutual gain. If this person is offering me money, what do I offer in return? Number two is that you must be collaborative. Rather than being competitive, you must find a way to collaborate with your customer, to collaborate with your buyer to achieve a good result. Then number three is that you must aim for solution. Remember, if your product or service is not offering value, what you have is a vitamin. Next. All right. There is what we call the partner principle. By partner, we mean the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. If the cost of my product is 1,000, for how much, if it's not that 1,000, can I sell that product? If you go into a corker and you meet these people that does Osafia, they know the actual value or the actual price of a product, and you happen to be their prospect, and you price below the value or below the price of that product, you discover that somehow he will find a way and meet the Oga and say, can we sell at this price? This is what partner stands for. It represents the best course of action you can take if negotiations fail to reach an agreement, serving as your fallback plan. Now, knowing your partner is crucial as it provides leverage during your negotiation. Like we said, partner is your least possible value. Your least possible value you can offer for that service. It helps you to make informed decisions by comparing the proposed agreement with your best alternative. Next. Now, there is a provisioning plan. The role of partner. Partner plays a crucial role in negotiations by providing you with leverage. This is the actual price of your service. This is my fallback price. If the user or the buyer did not agree on this price, I can still offer my service at this rate. It helps you set boundaries and make informed decisions about whether to accept a deal or pursue other alternatives. It also, knowing your partner ensures that you don't accept a less favorable agreement just to reach a deal. Next. All right, but there are steps to achieve or to effectively encourage this partner model. Number one is to identify your alternatives. You must identify your alternatives. If I don't sell, or if I sell at this rate, how much profit or how much money will I be making? If I sell at this rate, will I be making profit? What if I don't sell at this rate? What happens to my products or services? Then you evaluate the feasibility. If I sell at this rate, will I be able to purchase that product for a profitable rate the next time. Then the next one is to choose the best option. Yes? I'll give you some scenarios. Number one, a company is negotiating a long-term supply contract, but has the option to source from multiple suppliers. How does having multiple suppliers as a partner affect their negotiation strategy? Maybe you are doing some construction work and you need multiple suppliers to supply you with sand. You know this guy that is very effective, but there are other suppliers that you don't know, which may give you at a cheaper rate, but you do not trust their credibility. You also do not know for how long it will take them to effect that supply. Number two is that an individual is negotiating a freelance contract but has several other potential clients. How does having multiple clients as a partner impact their ability to negotiate favorable terms? I happened to be at a salon some time ago, and the price of haircut is 1,000 naira. And somebody walked in and asked the barber to cut his hair for 500 naira. And he started negotiating. At the end of the day, the barber man told him to sit down, that of course he will cut him a hair or his hair of 500 naira. He will give him 500 naira haircut. Whereas the standard price for haircut is 1,000 naira. Imagine when they give you a 500 naira haircut. Now, let's evaluate some criteria. There are some criteria you needed if you must effectively perfect your partner process. Number one is cost. Number two is feasibility. Number three is impact. And number four is the consequences. If I sell at this price, what would be its consequences on my product or service? Next. Now, if you must be an excellent salesman, if you must be at the top of your negotiation games, there are certain skills you must possess, and they are classified into two. Number one is the hard skills. Number two is the soft skills. Hard skills are specific teachable abilities or knowledge sets that are typically quantifiable. In negotiation, these include technical or professional expertise relevant to the process. If you are a businessman, an entrepreneur or intrapreneur, there are two things you must know about your business. You must know the business side of your business, and you must know the technical side of your business. Let me give you an example. One example of hard skill is market knowledge. You must understand the market so it can help you to negotiate better. You don't negotiate what you don't know. If you don't know the price of a bottle of Coke, they can sell it to you at 20,000 and you start negotiating at 15,000. You must also understand the legal aspect of that service. The knowledge of legal aspect ensures that negotiation terms are enforceable and it protects your interest. The third skill you must know is the technical expertise. Remember, I said as a business person, as an entrepreneur or as an entrepreneur, you must understand the two dimensions of your business, the technical side of your business and the business side of your business. Now, there are soft skills you must learn or you must master as you go into your sales and negotiation. Soft skills are interpersonal and communication abilities crucial for effective negotiation. You need these things for your everyday activities. Number one is empathy. It builds rapport and understanding of other parties' needs. leading to mutually beneficial agreements. Number 2 is active listening. If you don't listen to your customers, you will not outline your solution the way it suits their needs. And number 3 is persuasion. If you don't persuade me to give you my money, you will go home empty-handed. Now, I will paint a picture. You are selling a new software product to a potential client. Use the techniques we've covered, both the hard and the soft skills, such as prospect research, building relationship, and asking insightful questions. We are supposed to carry out some small activity, but for want of time, we will skip that. But listen as we round up. If you must make a good sale, or if you must make good sales, number 1, you need to understand who your customers are, or you need to understand who your prospects are. You need to know where they stay, their social environment, how they want that problem to be solved, and how your solution is solving that problem. You also need to know who is solving this problem before your solution. You need to know where they are buying their services or their solution. Find out how those guys are solving that problem and discover how your solution can improve their needs. Finally, if you are a business person, or you want to go into business, or you offer a service, or you have a skill, there are 2 things you must note. Number 1, you need to master the business side of that skill. Number 2, you also need to know the technical side of that skill and services. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pascal. I know that you didn't give us everything, but I know that we'll come back and we'll continue this conversation. Please, another resounding applause for our exceptional facilitator. Thank you. Now, I don't know, is it the pitch that we are submitting that is causing all this ruse? Is that why the house is in disarray? Please, can we bring down the noise? Let's not do this. While we are collecting that, lunch is being served. Have you been served lunch? Not yet. Don't worry. Don't move. Don't move. By the time you go out and come, they may say, oh, hey, it has finished. Stay where you are and get your lunch. We'll just hear a few words from our distinguished personalities who have been graciously here all this while. We do not take it for granted. Thank you so much for your patience. Okay, we'll just take brief goodwill messages because we need to get into the pitch. So join me as I make welcome. Now this man, I introduced him earlier with a national portfolio. Sometimes I feel like dashing you money, but I'm still, I'm still coming up, because all dollar come naira. Okay, so now we'll listen to an amazing man. Now he is exceptional because he has experienced leadership where it is hardest. Leading students, so we have him here, the immediate past president of the Students' Union Government at the University of all times, Nnamdi Azikiwe University. Giant comrade is Chukwe Jike Meko Wanyin Tonto Kubiko Koloniaka. Please, let's clap for comrade. A comrade is always a comrade. He heard you about comrade. I don't believe it.
Maybe I tell you now. Rugged. Aye. When I go, girl, I no go return. And in one night, girl, look it on. Relationship be like job.
Okay. I don't know the hierarchy, but in no particular order. Honorable Ejimofo Mazi, the National Pop Sec of our great party, APGA, the SSA to Mr. Governor of Anambra State on ICT, something, right? Innovation, no FIFA Club. Prof. Nkai, Dalo, Sachuka, Nabife, you know, Onya Nkai, Dalo Rinne. Well, this morning I received the notification. I was asked to come and deliver my own goodwill message. And that is also to charge the youths of Anambra State. If you ask me today,
please, can we bring down the noise in the hall? We have a comrade on stage. It is so uncute for us to keep making a noise.
If you ask me today, I will say that what we have here is 2% or 3% out of hundreds of Anambra youths. Because 0 points. Because here in Anambra State, we also have a youth-friendly governor. Governor Nemema, Governor Umu Ikolobia, and the Yana Governor Umu Apopo. But mine is to charge the youths. And I think my message is very simple. My good message is very simple. It is unlock your potential and shape your future. Youths of Anambra State, as we stand on the threshold of this new chapter, we should also remember that we are the architects of our future and builders of a better society. We must embrace these truths. Number one, you are capable of greatness. Your unique talents and skills are needed. Innovation and creativity can solve real-world problems. When we talk about entrepreneurship pathways, the first thing to do is to identify your passion and monetize it. Develop problem-solving skills, leverage on technology, explore e-commerce, digital marketing, and online freelancing. Of course, here in Anambra State, since the inception of Mr. Governor's this thing, we have been having one youth, two skills. And Ununaya Anambra Uri Benata, or Totife Benata, because our youths are now engaged. Self-development. You must network strategically. You must also embrace mentorship and coaching. Well, I'm not the guest speakers for today. I'm not also the guest lecturer for today's event. Mine is to charge us and to deliver my own good message. And my good message is very simple. Embrace the opportunities that we have today. You can change the narrative. Know your potentials. know what you can offer, and put it into work. At this point, I congratulate us once again, and I thank the Nigerian Bottling Company for this great opportunity. Thank you, and God bless you.
Onye na-ekwu maka ya nwere ife ọ na-eme kọba na aka biko konaka. Thank you so much, Comrade AGKMF, for that very brief but powerful message for Anambra youth. Very timely, I must say. Biko onye na-eli nri ọ na-eme mkpọtụ. I'm marveled at this ability. Na ndị na-eli nri na-eme Bikono, let's have some decorum as we eat and get into the pitch proper. I am very grateful to Mazi Ejimofo Okpara, SSA to the Governor on Media and Publicity, and the National Secretary of our great party, the All Progressives Grand Alliance, for accepting to work as a judge for this speech session alongside our panel of judges. Thank you, Samazi. Samazi, I don't make any news up police. Dalo, asem na brain getting at this speech. Man, oya fiakwaro, una for poli helpful. Mazi says in oya bana pitch judgment. So get ready. If you're not ready, don't come here. Okay. So now we are getting ready. I believe you have submitted. The judges are being briefed. DJ Wizzy is sitting when he should be preparing us for this intellectual exercise. So I'm just going to leave you in the hands of DJ Wizzy. I need you to start thinking. I need you to start thinking. Because now you're going to prove beyond every doubt. There's no reasonable doubt. You're going to knock off the doubts and convince us that you deserve the MD's grant. So get ready to pitch before this. process is on. The process is on. Okay. Just to let you know what is going on, I see people moving a lot. We have our judges selecting those who will pitch. The best pitches submitted in written form is being selected. They are being selected now. So yours might be selected. So you might want to start preparing what to say. We don't want to put you on stage suddenly. So it is good that we have lots of, I don't know how many, but I'm going to get the figure of how many pitches we have submitted. So the best you can do for our judges is to keep quiet. Those behind, I wonder why people are standing. I wonder why people are standing and chatting. Why don't you sit down and give us decorum so they can have the headroom to think? Thank you very much as you do that. In 3 minutes, we'll be ready to start this pitch session here at Anambra Youth Empowered, powered by the Nigerian Bottling Company and facilitated by DJ. Okay. While we get ready, we will hear a few words.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we understand the nitty-gritty of this event, and we are actually going to be giving certificates of participation. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to miss this. For everyone who has registered and is seated here, please don't be in a hurry to leave. You have your certification. And for those persons that are going to be picked for the pitch, I beg of you, if you're not picked, these persons were picked, because another opportunity will come. Don't be in a hurry. You have your lunch now. Eat your lunch.
Now you know that coming here has got to be one of the best decisions you have made in the year 2024. Thank you, DJ, for ensuring that we have the best sound at all times. You are the best. So in just 3 minutes, we will listen to one of the persons who was earlier invited as a facilitator for this program. He just came in and he will talk to us about some of the resources you can explore. With us today about how to be proper youth in the present age. Join me as I make welcome a good man, Builder Kingsley Ogwajubiko Gwanaka, as our builder comes up. He builds houses.
Youths. Action in our youthful age, just like the earlier facilitators have said, especially Mr. Chooks, Profs and Co. Now, I want to narrow it down to a system. Facebook, on TikTok, and on Instagram. Please, we beckon on you, don't play with these pages. You are getting insights from them, which you know our coming here now, most of us who will be selected will be going home with opportunities, with rewards. Now, let me explain further. On your Facebook, on your TikTok, on your Instagram, what pages do you follow? What are the kind of things you watch out for? As I'm talking, if you have your phone, you can check out for things that concerns your area of interest on Facebook page search. You can search for United Nations. You can search for Nigerian teachers. If you know that area, as a builder that I am, on Facebook, on the social page, I search out for what? NIOB, associations that involves engagement with my career, what I wish to be, where I'm looking up to. But what our problem generally as youths is that we engage in things that are irrelevant to our growth, and we are lacking opportunities. So please, as a reminder, on your social media, starting from today, please be very, very mindful of things you follow. And then you can go and start editing those that are irrelevant, that are distractions to your growth in life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's why I like academics. Just give them time. They will keep to it. Builder Kingsley, we appreciate you. Another applause for him, please. Please give him an applause. Thank you. So now you know. My judges, I'm waiting for you to give me the go-ahead to declare the speech open. Now you know. You must customize what you receive on social media, the pop-ups that come. Because if you start searching for what relates to you, Facebook will start recommending such pages. Do you understand? Sometimes when you go to Google and you're searching for, say, Nigerian Bottling Company Limited, before you know it, they'll start suggesting, manufacturers, brands to you. And you're wondering, did they? Yes. There is the algorithm, there is the digital marketing thing they do to know what you're interested in, so they target you with more of it. Because they know that if they target you with more of what you like, you're likely to click on those things. So now, search more for the things you like, so that you get more of what you desire. Thank you very much. All right, so we are almost set. I would like my judges to commune so we can get the speech session started. Remember, this program will not be complete if we do not do this empowerment. This is the reason why the Nigerian Bottling Company decided to come to Anambra, the A-list state. Did you notice something? Where is Anambra State's location on that flex? Number 1. And it is not just because the name of the state starts with an A. We are actually an A-list state. Just give it to Anambra State. Abi, if you believe it, why are you not clapping for the A-list state? Thank you. All right. And there's something about the speech. We are told that you must add the problem. You must start with the problem. Right? And then, in talking about the problem, what some people don't know is that where you want to solve a problem is also part of the problem. Do you understand? Just like the lady, I'm just chatting you up, waiting for my judges. We need to learn something. The lady who came to sell her perfume. I think I suspect that she carried her perfume to sell. She's going around with her wares. And that is where we have gotten. That is marketing. And she found an opportunity to sell it here. That was what Madam told me. That obviously it is a ready seller. Anywhere she sees the opportunity, she just sells. So you find that if she's pitching that business, she can't be vague. I want to start producing perfumes. You must have found that that is a problem in a certain place. That bad odor is one of the major problems that has been found in where? Mention one place. Don't mention my community. Mention one place. Do you understand? So that is what will get the judges interested. Because they know that you have done some what? Research. So you cannot not be place specific and you think that my judges will pick you. I'm just trying to tell you that those are the things they are looking out for. And as time goes on, they will tell us other things that they are using as benchmark for this judgment process. I believe they are concluding, and Mrs. Ifeoma Okoye, who is representing the MD of the Nigerian Bottling Company, will tell us how to proceed when she is ready. She's still going through, all our judges are busy. But once Madam is ready, she will give us a few words and we can set the ball rolling. But now I need us to be quiet, reflect. One man is laughing as if he did not pitch. If you really pitch, you will not be laughing now, you'll be serious. DJ Wizzy put us in serious mode. All right. Okay, so he will put us in serious mode.
I don't know, no. Make them they turn up. They don't see me coming. Are you ready for me? Energy like cocaine. Cream de la cream. When I look at TV enter, then I go bring you to end my love. Share you want to see mental. I don't give them back to send I know. Soldier, policeman, many men in my convoy. The boy know they take his us. If he knows they go give you a back up. And as the money don't they come like us. Nothing will be soft this sauce.
How about you go? Fresh out.
JP's a production.
You and I know say since when they try colonize us for this Africa, we never benefit from any of those countries. You and I know say the country where we they benefit from as Nigeria youths. Now Canada.
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 Canada. Canada. Canada. Canada. Canada. Canada. Fresh, big brother. Kanagan, Cross River, Calabar, Nollywood, Sakaba, Madrid to the ball, I said, na maybe Alaba. Inni, Canada, Backward, Galala, Big Breeze, Caravan.
Thank you, DJ. A little, please. I like the vibes. We are all chilling. Nice one. So, very quickly, it is support for everyone who has already been here. You're going to have your certification. I used to say something. There are different platforms for different things. And I will say this for free. There is a platform, everyone who is professional here that wants to go into anything professional here and wants to scale through and scale higher in his or her profession right here, that you need to be. Everyone here needs to be on LinkedIn. And if you get certificates like this, I beg you, make a post. If you don't want to tag anybody, tag Nigerian Bottling Company. There are things that you do that position you at the right place in life. Some persons that run home right now, they know they go do anything. You that you're here, seize the opportunity. Get your certificate. Post, tag the people, Nigerian Bottling Company, tag them. Do everything you can for you to scale through. For those persons that will be selected right now, you hear your name, you're going to come out, you're going to do the real pitch, you're going to give time, they'll be giving you time, you're going to do the needful. All I'm still saying here is seize the opportunity, network. We have a whole lot of mentors here, seated here. We have some of the facilitators that are still here. We have our bosses here, we have professors here, we have people that we should network with. Don't live here the same way you came. It's not a church, but you need to network rightly because your network people will determine where you are going to. Ladies and gentlemen, we are turning back to the DJ Weezy, to still give us some music. Until I come to your way again, please ensure you collect your certificate before leaving here. Thank you.
Worldwide Pluto many as that na normal thing. Presido with the big machine. Your girlfriend wanna suck my team, but not be that kind of CIB. If I pour smoke, give you one, you not pass. That me say it don't cast. No last chance. It don't cast you, it don't cast you, it don't cast. Don't. It don't cast, it don't cast. Say it don't cast. It don't cast you, it don't cast. It don't cast, it don't cast. Say it don't cast. We all get on full 12 o'clock for net. 12:30 use boat, no flat. She locate in my location. So I go to back.
Sensational above the conditioner. Will you really practitioner? This one a senior dita. Been a mama sita. Big girl need your wound mama. Who go pay for a wig and number? No. When he wants up, she go holla big gun.
Okay, DJ Weezy, thank you. DJ Weezy, thank you very much. Okay, so this is the one. All right, so I'm waiting for. Okay, so these are the people the judges want me to call out. All right, so we are looking for one winner. Yes, we're looking for one winner. You know how it is. If they run neck to neck, you never can tell. In a place like this, Nothing is impossible. All right. So I see that our judges want to make sure that this is a very straightforward and fair process. So I'll just give them some time. But I noticed something. DJ, I would have thought that you will give us gospel songs at a time like this. You are not even in the spirit.
Busy. I for the inside location, they draw money. But I don't press. I for don't launch one hotel with one big body. But I don't last. They don't get stingy. We go when we take cartel. No fuck no pass. I know you play I shift that pump. I don't go be I you stay my wala. Take it. For I can't take it. Don't finish. I go get, so you know how soon. Let me just see you finish. 1K not the last again. 100K not the last again. 1 million not the last again. 10 million not the last again. Make my life be so free, mat started. All I say, cough, pass, and me some with smarted. Make my life be so free, mat started. All I say, cough, pass, and me some with smarted.
Are you ready for this? Are you good to go? Are you good to go? This. All right, I'll start this way. Anambra Youth Empowered. You're not ready now. Are you sure you're ready? Anambra Youth Empowered. One more time. Anambra Youth Empowered. Discover, develop, and what? Succeed. If you hear your beautiful name, the judges are not having this. They are not letting it go that easily. 100,000 naira up for grabs just by telling us what you want to do, how you want to do it, and how much you need. Simple. Wait, I said problem, solution, and budget. That's what I said. I just said it differently. I said telling us what you want to do. That's the problem. How you want to do it is the word solution. And how much you need is the budget. Abi, they want to arrest me. Now wow, una to do. All right. Okay. So I want you to talk to your neighbor now. Tell the person, neighbor. My neighbor. Be a problem solver. Because that is the only thing that will get somebody 100K today. And the good thing, guys, listen to this. Somebody wanted to pitch, and he came to me and said, people are making a noise. I want to explain something so that next time you do better. He came to me and asked me what I had explained earlier. I told him that you're just expected to pitch your business idea. And he said, what do you want me to write? Like, hey, I'm thinking, I'm thinking. And I said, you have to be ready. This is something you would have thought about before. Because somebody can meet you, your destiny helper can say, what do you want to do? How much? I will just send the money to you now. Tell me what you want to do.
I want to go into.
You want? No, I'm just telling you how spontaneously it can come. And this man is ready. I'm already seeing him on stage. Apuna manana fuzo. Odim kamana for you on stage. Enara anu Igbo. Iya no baku Igbo. Oh. Anya leg. Oh my God. Are you having a great time? If you're having a great time, say NBC. Say NBC. That's the spirit.
I want to know who they give you mine to they want you. I want to know who be that guy really likes you. Fine boy like me, why you call it to say people for me? Oh baby don't, you thought I put more credit finger calling them oh no, oh baby wait, me happy to give you all the love of passion. No baby, big love me back. Even just to make her do the finish that she's over. This is how I love, this is how I love, this is how I love, this is how I love. You there forever. Jump for granite, jump for my granite, make you burn my baby. I don't need chase you all my life for my baby, and I need to effort though. And if I don't see you, I feel to grace. Now your love I want. They say that love is blind, but I can see my baby now. She had to see I'm clear. I want to but I be the sugar, feel like a chocolate though. If you activate the loving, mommy it is satin. All my love is all for you. If you can't stop it to the party, no go mind it is nothing. All my money's just for you. Just for you. Since 2016, baby, I've been on your beat. I value monos with the passy your sherry. I know they don't balance, so that meant color B. But it's 2024, I got you with my steez. Now you be my name. Everything I do, say it's not enough for you. Please, I stay on my knees. Say me no go want lose you, my child. Baby, wait, me happy to give you all the love of passion. No, baby, big love me back. Even just to make her do the finish that she's over. This is how I love, this is how I love, this is how I love, this is how I love. You're there forever.
I want to behave like a buka. I can't do that, right? I laugh a lot. Guys, guess what? I have just 6 names on this list. Mazi Ejimofo Okbara. Can you give me a sense of how many pitches we received? Somebody can talk me through that. I need numbers so we can get a sense of how we have 6. The percentage, I believe we have data analysts here who can analyze this quickly. So that if your name is on this list, you'll be joyful. 12 plus 6 is 18. Wow. Oh, 51. 51. Okay. Over 60 pitches, I'm sure. So if your name is on this list, you won. That's just it. Plus 33 and plus 59. Wow. We received 59 pitches. That's And we have 6 finalists who will come on stage to pitch for us to pick. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? All right. I think I'm seeing Ife Yinwa, and that's actually my name. Yeah. But the surname is different. Ife Yinwa Mbaneto. Wow! Congratulations! Whoa, 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 whoa! Sis, I think, okay. All right. Now, we have here Gabriel Siton Willie. The girls are leading, the girls are leading. Are you sure there is a man on this list? They don't have data.
What's it man do now?
I am ready to invite. If your name is Dorcas, get up. Dorcas. Are you Dorcas? Eboluwa Dorcas Oladejo. Wow. Dorcas of the Most High. Congratulations. If your name is Precious or Jambe, up here? Precious. Yes, you're indeed precious. Give her a resounding applause. And I am about to invite someone that will redeem the menfolk. Join me as I make welcome the man that is the son of Abraham, Kedafia, Isaac, Sarah, Isaac, Mazi, 100 to the year. Are you a doctor? Hi, I'm going to see a Delhi. He's everywhere you go. Mcia, Isaac. Oh, what a beautiful man, a cute man. And finally, and the Lord said, Isaac cannot be alone. Titi Boronine. Join me as I welcome Godwin Atamane. Oh yes, let's do this. DJ, ginger their swagger. Ginger them, ginger them.
Maven.
I don't get a lot.
Indeed, it's Godwin. So first of all, 3 of you that are here, or 6 of you that are here, congratulations. So the rule of this pitch is, I think we should give them just 3 minutes to pitch. Okay? So you need to articulate what you've written, but just give us a bit more details. I know most times they tell us a minute pitch, but for the purpose of this exercise, 3 minutes is okay for you. Please do not exceed. If you do, it's part of what will rule you out. And then you should also ensure that your pitch has all the elements. It must be smart, measurable, you understand? And it's something that is sellable. So it's up to you, your tone, your voice. Don't let us say, please speak louder or anything. So the floor is yours, and maybe I will give it to Prof to call them by their names or in any other, and then we can start to come out.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ifoma Oko, giving us the rules of engagement. Okay. All right. And how time bound. Okay. All right. Just to stress before we start, and please, who is our timekeeper? The adequate timekeeper. Thank you so much, ma'am. Achievable, realistic, and time bound. And that's smart, right? So now, I'm handing over to Mrs. Ifeinwa, for her to, Miss Ifeinwa rather. Miss Ifeinwa will start. And of course, once finishes, we'll move on. And the pitch session starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, the timekeeper. Good afternoon, the youth. I'm Miss Ifeinwa Mbanefo. The idea came up, I woke up one day, 2021, during Harmattan. I was like, what will I achieve with this weather? What will I say? After storing it, during the farming time between March, April, June, July, when they will start putting cocoyam into the ground, that's when you start selling it. I peel the cocoyam, I dry it under the harmattan, I stored it. When the farming period started, I brought it out, I grind it, I sieve it on social media, Facebook, thing. Just mix it with your oil. The stress of pounding, because some landlord now will tell you, don't pound on my thighs. No stress of pounding, just mix it in your oil, mix it very well. It will turn to a paste, pour it inside the pot, and your food is done. Not only that, the thought of cocoyam pando came up. Cocoyam and the cassava. You can mix it, you can grind it, mix it, done it in my house. I used it last 2 weeks. So the thought of drying of tomato, I started tomato, I finished selling the one I dried up. So all these things made me to know that I've lessened the problem of women, all the stress of going to the office and coming home and start cooking in the house. I've lessened their problem of cooking. I've lessened the product of, so not only that, I asked myself, how will I package it? I told myself I don't have the money, but let me just be making use of the Harmattan period. Thank you very much.
Cocoyam powder in the market, production company already established.
Yes.
How sure are you that you can beat their marketing skills and penetrate the market?
Okay, thank you very much, sir. The people that have used the one in the market, they complain to me that it's adulterated, that they miss it. That when cooking it, the soup will be watery. So I told them my own, I don't put preservative, it's a natural. I don't miss anything. Thank you.
Will you use? How much do you need? How much do you need for what quantity? How much need for what quantity? And how would that go for your business? One quantity, and how much will you need for it? That is your capacity. What will it take?
Okay, for now, I want to start with 4 bags of cocoyam.
Which will be how much?
Which will, I've not measured in kg. I just priced the whole bag. Yes, sir. Yeah. The last one I bought it at price of 30,000 last year.
And what was the turnover since you have started? You were already in the business.
I make turnover of that bag. You dealt me up to 50,000 naira, sir. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I want to appeal to the audience. it is as much a slight on you that you aspired, and these 6 persons are out. It will be very unfair on yourself and on them that you heckle them or you shoot them into our selecting the wrong person. Please, the audience is as present as they are unpresent in this moment. Just keep quiet and listen. You will learn a lot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now everybody else who hasn't pitched, you understand what the judges are looking for. So you can compress all this information in your pitch.
Okay, so some of these questions they've asked is what you should be incorporating. Don't tell us how you had the dream, okay? Because you only have 3 minutes. Then my own question is, what is your channel of distribution? So somebody gives you this money, for example, here and now. I understand you've not done all your calculations, but somebody is interested and says, okay, I want to invest in you. What is your channel of distribution?
I use thank you very much, ma. I use market women, those that sells, those that come to me too. They will buy from me and resell to their customers. So I use by counting. I count. Yeah. Yes. I sell to a coca and some come to me as a supermarket. I sell to
Sorry, I want to ask again. You sell in conventional market like a coca, Amobia. Not that the supermarket owners come to you and become your suppliers.
No, I sell to a coca and a Amobia. Supermarket people that have not started coming to me, sir.
Thank you.
The next person, please.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Sir, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Willie Siphon Gabriel, and my plan is about the supply of red oil. Everybody needs red oil, like in our daily meals, we all need red oil in whatever thing we are eating. So my plan is to go down to the rural areas that has red oil and it's cheaper there. So I'll get it from them at a cheaper rate. Then I'll bring it down to the rural areas that the demands are high. Because in the rural areas, some of them don't use it. They just produce it and for just family consumption. So I'll get it from them in a cheaper rate. I'll bring it down to the urban areas that the demands for the red oil is high. Then I'll sell it to them at a reduced amount. Currently, red oil is very expensive. If you see like a bottle of red oil could be like 1,000 naira for the small ever bottle. So, and in the rural areas like in the south, mostly some parts of the south like Akwa Ibom State, there has red oil and it's cheaper there. So I could get it from them, from there, and I'll sell it here at a cheaper rate. And so I'm starting with like 50 rubbers of red oil, which there they are selling a rubber for 18,000 naira. So I'll get 50 rubbers of red oil from there. I'll bring it down here to sell it to women and also restaurants also. I will sell it to them. And I will need like 900 because 18,000 times 50 rubbers that I'm starting with is like 900,000 naira to start it with. That's, thank you. The 25 liters, sir. Yes.
Sorry, what's the size of this rubber?
The 25 liters.
Okay, so the rubber you mean is a 25-liter keg?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And you say you need that much to start?
The 18,000 per rubber there, and I'm starting with 50. I'm starting with 50 rubbers, so 18,000 times 50 is like 900K.
Yeah. All right. So what's the unique value compared to other existing business?
Okay, that sometimes you go to the market, like mostly women that cooks, they know a lot. When you go to the market, you get a red oil back to your house. When you finish cooking, some of them, the color will not even show in your food. And some of them, the taste, it will taste like the taste in your mouth, you feel that the red oil is a bad kind of red oil. But the one I'm bringing is not, it's a good one, and if you taste, the color comes out very well. And the taste is unique too.
All right. Do you have any questions?
Okay, Gabriel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What would separate you from other people that are doing this kind of business? That's one question. Number two, you mentioned bringing it in. You didn't mention logistics, how much it's going to cost you. So, if you already know how much a keg will cost, what is the cost of conveying it from point A to point B? That's the second question. The third question, who are your customers? The fourth question, how do you advertise? Because you may have this in your house and I may not know that you're doing this business. So convince me, give me the responses to these questions.
Okay, the cost of conveying it from there down here could cost me like 30,000 naira to bring it from Akwa Ibom State down to either Anambra or Oka here. It's 30,000 naira. Then the means of advertising it, I use social media, and sometimes I can go to different restaurants and advertise it to those that are selling food because they are in need for it. And sorry, ma, the next question was, okay, what differentiates it from others? Like I said, when he asked me, the taste of the oil I bring is different from some of the oil you get from the market. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, judges. Good afternoon, my fellow youths, Nigerian youths. My name is Dorcas Eboluwa Oladejo, and I'm thanking you for the opportunity you've given to me to be able to pitch my business idea. I am a fashion designer. I learned tailoring in 2020 during COVID-19 because it has been my long-term dream to be a fashion designer, to give to the society, especially the females, what it is they can wear and can be comfortable in. So I graduated in the university last year, and since I started my youth service in Anambra State, I've always wanted to go for an upgrade because I cannot just depend on what I have in the past, because I want to be a professional in this domain I've found myself. And I'm not just a fashion designer alone, I'm also a makeup artist. So what I want to do right now is to upgrade myself to become better at what I do, so that I would be a fashion designer that would give to the society what they ordered and what they get, not what they ordered versus what they get. And after upgrading myself, I look towards having a fashion house. That is what I want. I want to have a fashion house where I would make ready-to-wear clothes and bespoke fabrics, that is the native wears, for females. And also in another section in my fashion house, I would love to have a makeup place where I can beautify my clients, allow them to be comfortable with the kind of person they are, so that they can still have the steez they really want. So to be able to achieve this, I need funds. I've been looking for ways in which I can just register in the fashion school, and I've also already made an inquiry from somebody I know that is a fashion designer, and she told me that the cost for advanced learning is going to be 150K, aside from every other things I would need to be able to do this. So I'm looking forward to the judges and everyone here. If I'm selected to be among the beneficiaries, I would be able to make my long-term dream come to pass, and I would also be good to the society by giving them what they can be comfortable in, beautifying them, and make them who they really want to be. This is my business idea. Thank you.
Okay, what's your name again?
Eboluwa Dorcas Oladejo.
Okay, Eboluwa Dorcas, right? Very fantastic.
Thank you, sir.
Your
Sorry, sir. And I made what I'm wearing. This turtleneck clothes and this leather skirt.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So at this level, you make
clothes.
Yes, I design clothes.
So at what point do you need to, what are you looking for now? An upgrade?
Yes, an upgrade.
Okay, so you need money for an upgrade.
Yes, sir. I need money for an upgrade, and it's just for a few months. The upgrade doesn't take a long time. And during my upgrade, I'm looking towards having a fashion house, a brand of myself. Actually, I've given myself a brand name. That is Gifty's Fashion World.
Okay.
So it's a combination of a fashion apparel and makeup.
Ebu, let's be clear.
All right, sir.
Now, imagine an investor.
All right, sir.
And I want to give you money to invest in your business with a time-bound repayment period.
Okay, sir.
So in very specific terms.
Okay.
How long would your upgrade take, and when will you now relax back to the business and start making money to repay me?
Like, okay, actually, I'm a fast learner. Within a month, I can upgrade myself and become better. And learning do not actually stop. It is not limited. You upgrade yourself continuously. It's just some basic things I need to inculcate from the people that will teach me. Then I continue to teach myself, and I actually deliver to my clients, and even the people that invest in me, they would start seeing progress and seeing what I'm.
So how long have you been in the fashion business?
I started in 2020. That was during COVID-19 because I was at home and there was nothing to do. So I saw it as an opportunity.
What's your book like? Your book like at your business speech with the mindset of an investor. At your business speech with the mindset of an investor.
Oh, okay,
right?
sir.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to business from the mindset of an investor, and I want to put in my money. I want to invest my money into you. And for me, you're more like a startup, but you're sounding like you're trying to scale. Now,
Yeah.
because if you're trying to scale, I want to be sure how well you're doing at this particular level, and what the money I'm going to give to you will translate into in Naira and Kobo.
Okay, sir.
You get it? So I'm not hearing that.
Okay.
I'm just seeing passion. You know, and for me, it's not just enough.
Okay. From the businesses or from the clothes I've made so far, if I'm going to look at my account book, I think I've made like 200,000 naira from it, because I made ready-to-wear dresses for people.
And how much are you asking for the upgrade?
For the upgrade?
Yes.
The upgrade, when I made an inquiry, it was.
How much are you asking for this
for
upgrade? Yes.
Just 200K,
How much?
200,000 naira.
200K. And you've made 200K.
No. I said, like, if I look at it from 2020, little time
Okay,
I
up
have
to
to,
now.
not now.
Cumulatively.
Yeah, like looking at it up together.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Please, can we be quiet? Can we be quiet? Can we be very quiet? Please, guys, this is the most important part of, because this is learning from your peers. Thank you very much as you quieten down.
All right, thank you so much. So just a quick question to you. I'm interested in your capacity, your team capacity.
Thank you.
So when everything you said there, you didn't mention anything about team capacity.
Team capacity.
Yeah, will you be making it alone? Do you have partners? Do you have intention to work with some partners to achieve this goal, or you just want to do it alone?
No, for now I'm doing this alone, and I look. Should I continue?
No, it's okay.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Precious Ahiremel Jangbi. I'm a fashion designer. Okay, after I graduated last year, I sat and I was like, wow, what am I going to do after school? Because it's not yet time for my service. So I went back. My sister was like, what are you going to do? What do you want to do with yourself? Since no job opportunity is coming up for now, they're asking of NYC certificate and the rest. So I was like, I would love to make clothes. So she made inquiries and I registered at the fashion house. So I made clothes, I learned how to make clothes and design. So for now, what I need is support and sponsorship to get a sewing machine and an electrical iron for now, which will be able to make me start up something, maybe in my house for the startup for now. Then maybe my audience post online, then make my friends and everybody around know that I make clothes. Then at times I use my sister's sewing machine to make clothes in the house. Then somebody like, I hear you sewing. What's up? I was like, yes, I make clothes. They're like, wow, so fast. I'm a fast learner. Then I would love if I'm given this opportunity to start up something. Then my budget is like 200,000 naira to get a sewing machine and the iron. Then I can start in my house. Then from there, when I start making profits, I would impute it in the business, like selling of fabrics and other essential things needed in the fashion house. Thank you.
What's the name again?
Precious.
Precious. I have no problem with understanding that you are a fast learner because you were sitting right behind me. So I at least expected this to come out from you when you are doing, even what was happening right behind me. But then you must be an intelligent person. However, your financials are very, very understated. I am not sure that the 200,000 naira you're looking for will be able to buy you a sewing machine, the kind of sewing machine that will make you go into this business, press an iron, and still get you a place to do this business. I'm not very sure. It makes it look like you just want money. Be very realistic with your financial. To rent a shop today will take you at least 300 in Oka, 350 to 400. Do you have a shop already?
I never said I wanted a shop at first. I said I needed a sewing machine and an iron.
So you have a place.
I can use my house for the startup. Then as time goes on, I use the social media and tell them I make clothes. I can sew from my house.
Okay,
so,
you have already made up your mind that you want to start from your house.
Start from my house, yes. Then from there, as time goes on, I'll open a shop.
All right, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, the next person, please. Oh, you have a question for her? You have a question for her? Okay, next person, please.
Kopaswi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, judges. My name is Iyeng Isaac, an indigene of Benue State, serving here in Anambra State. My business plan is to venture into food business, particularly buying and selling of yam. Due to food challenges in our country, I may like to venture into that business if I'm As a Benue indigene, I know all the corners where quality yam can be gotten at all times throughout the year, such as Zaki Bear Market in the Okun local government, Ugba in Logo, Akpa in Boko, and the rest. So by so doing, I will be buying the yam from Benue at cheaper rate and then taking it down to Anambra State here and be supplied at subsidized rates. I discovered that a tuber of yam that can be purchased in Benue State at the rate of 200 naira is being sold here in Anambra State for an amount of 2,000 or more. Or more. So if I am empowered, I will go there and bring down the yam. I already made consultation with market women where I will supply the yam instantly, get my cash, and continue with the business. I've made researches in markets such as Onitsha, here in Ekoka, even in Enewi side. I made out the research. So for now, what I need is an empowerment of 1.5 million
so that I'll be able to buy a truck of yam and be able to transport it down to Anambra State and settle order my miscellaneous. Thank you.
Your business is basically what you've just said. You want to do a supply. You want to play in the supply chain.
Yes, sir.
Of the food industry.
Yes, sir.
Where will you be supplying? I heard you mention a Coca. I heard you mention Onitsha and Nnewi as places you did your research. Yes, you may have an incentive, the incentive price in those places currently. But anything can happen to this business. If I invest in this business and something happens to crash the price of yam, or something happens to give mishap to your business, including vehicular, whatever, how do you sustain it? Why don't you talk about having a place where people supply you, since you know the ramparts, where people will supply you, so you cut off that challenge of bearing the risk directly? I'm suggesting your pricing is realistic. Your pricing, to me, is realistic. But I am not so sure.
Keep calm. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for that question. I mentioned it just for a start, with the trust in God, that for my beginning, I will scale through. Meanwhile, I have other relatives who are resided in some of the markets I mentioned here. So by so doing, I will collaborate with them, and I will be able to cut off the chain this very period that I'm in my NYC. As soon as I discharge by December, by God's grace, I will be there myself, and I will make other means of distribution like social media. Anyone interested will inform me, or through that channel, we make my market very easy. Thank you.
Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atamawe Godwin Anfa. I'm from Benue State. My business idea is on yam processing. Atamawe Godwin Anfa. Okay. Godwin Anfa. Yeah. My business plan is on yam flour factory. Yam is one of the best food in the world, and Nigeria is known as the #1 yam producer in the whole world. And then Benue State, where I come from, is a food basket of the nation and the home of yam, where you will go and find yam at a cheaper rate at all time, everywhere. So I have been in the business of buying and selling yam from Benue State to Lagos, and sometimes you go there, the price will make you fall. The buying price you may not meet up. And sometimes if a vehicle have a problem on the road, before you rectify the problem and take the yam to the market, most of the yam will damage, and at arriving with the goods, you discover that there are many lost of yam that are already rotten. So I find it very fitting that if a yam processing factory to change not only the raw yam, but in another form that we can produce it, I can produce it and be selling the flour, so that it will help both the farmers and the consumers very easy to produce it, to cook it. Because if you are producing the yam, if I'm producing the yam in Benue State, the cost of getting the yam is very cheap. And then transportation. Many can go there themselves to buy from the factory. Or I can also have a distribution channels to be distributing to the other marketers retailers who will also be selling it and then make.
And again, it will help food insecurity, like you said. But I didn't get what exactly it is in terms of how much you would need. And if you're looking at a factory, for example, there are several elements. Whatever this pitch we provide is only going to be an element of what you need. But I didn't get the full picture so that you can then say, okay, I will need this for, let me say, this machinery or, advert or something. So could you go into a bit more detail just to, show us what exactly you would need and what this support will be able to address? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The first aspect is you must have a land, which I know very well. Land is very cheap in my side. It cannot take you much, like 1 million before you get 3 plots of land. If you have 1 million, you can have 4 plots of land, which will be enough to establish the business, the structures. Then, machineries. Actually, I cannot predict here now that this is the exact amount of acquiring the machines for processing this because of the market fluctuation. Then, in terms of selling, yam factory, as I said, flow is, I have never seen it in my life. And I believe it will be a unique and the first in our country. Yes, I'm very sure of it. So, nobody have invested in it. So marketing it will be very easy. We have social media platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook and other radio announcements that can make it very easy. By establishing it only in that place, it will create awareness to the community that something new is here. And it will attract them to test the flow of the yarn. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin, right? Yeah. Something I have not heard from most of you, except one or two. I've not heard the location of your business. Two is what you said is good, very, very ingenious. However, you would have told us what kind of, since you said you have been in the business, you said you've been in this yam business for a long while.
Yes.
So what do you expect to gain and what do you expect to have? Do you understand? What do you expect as financial support or structural support, and what do you expect to, in a given period, maybe in 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, depending on your projection, to have? But I am also observing in all of you, only one person told me here the location of his business or her business.
Yes, although in my write-up, I put it there proper. And I said that I establish it in my state, which is particularly in Zakibian, where the yam is mostly produced, so that the cost of getting the yam, the raw yam for processing will not be difficult, and it will not cost me. Because if I go to market, I buy there, and the factory is located in Zakibian. It will be very simple. There will be no much cost of getting the raw material. Then, in terms of yes.
How much are you expecting to gain within a given period?
The business is a very big business because it can be a partnership business, actually, based on the level of cost of production now. But if you can have like 100 million or even 50 as the startup, you can start it and then try to expand it. because you need machine that can be producing. You need workforce, people that you will employ to, you'll be paying them. You need trucks that will be conveying the yarn from the market to your factory, and then after production, you not take it to work for selling again. You also need security of human, that is people that you employ to be your security, and processing of the food items. So the cost of machine is also high. So if you have 100 million, you can do that business very well. And I assure you that in 2 years, you will recover your money and get profit. I'm very sure of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I want to assure you that soon enough you'll get your certificates. Mr. William, are you sharing money? Because the way that they follow you, I even want to come and follow you. Please, guys, the judges have decided to be magnanimous. They have said that some people actually wrote well, some people did not quite write well, but the idea was there. So they want to be able to factor in good ideas that were not necessarily presented well in writing. So 2 people, if they are still in this hall, have the opportunity to join the pitch. Give it up for my judges. Clap for them. Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma. Thank you so much. You know I'm about to call your name, right? All right. Can I have, sir? Okay. Can I have Enofe Juliet Imade? Imade, are you Davido's daughter? Where is Imade? Imade, don't go. Oh, wow. That's the congratulations. So she gets to join. Thank you so much. Let's also have, I'm just inviting 2 persons. And they will just pitch in 3 minutes, sharp, sharp. Chidimma, Kevin, Marietta, are you still here? Chidimma has gone. Oh, please clap for Chidimma. She gets to pitch.
Just they fall my hand. Boys, just they fall my hand, seriously. They didn't bear here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Enofe Juliet Imade. Okay. My name is Enofe Juliet Imade. I'm into baking. I bake different kinds of snacks, cake, chin-chin, meat pie, and lost mon. And I have my store in Benin. I'm a core member serving in Anambra State. So during my service, I do bake chin-chin, I supply, and I also take orders from occasions like this. I was aware before now. I would have take the order for the meat pies, and also I'm on Facebook, on WhatsApp, and I also need an assistance to make sure that these my baking stuff go around the world. And what I wrote there is that what made me different from other bakers is the quality of my snacks. When you taste it, you are testified to it, and you will call me for more. And what I need is an equipment. I have an outdated equipment. I need an oven, because presently what I use the local method. I don't have an oven yet. And that will cost me, when I went, take a research on it, they had the one of 150, 200. So with the help or assistance from my by this organizer, I'll be able to achieve that. And my business name is Julie Bites. Julie Lovey Bites. Thank you.
Use your mic, hold your mic, and still stand on the podium. Let me actually tell you, it's not easy to be a Dangote. Not easy to be a business executive. You can actually finish your youth service and get either employed or employ yourself, and you will have to pitch for your business. So don't see it. Your body language was telling us that maybe you felt you should have come earlier, or if you felt, let me just try. You have a very good business idea. Very good business idea. But if you are particular about your business, you know what makes you novel? You are the only person who gave us your social media contact. Abi, are you not, did you not hear that? But you didn't even give us that detail. My social media, I am known in social media as Chuka Nabuife. And I can spell it if I want to. Chukannabuife. That's how a businessman talks about his business. I am not sure that what you need is only the baking oven. I am not so sure. Because what you established here, you say you have a dated equipment. You say you do some good, unique pastries, if you do. You didn't tell us the kind of pastries you would do. But if you need 150, if this business is very lucrative, how long have you been in it? How couldn't you have notched up 150, as little as 150,000?
Okay.
Or don't you have clients that can actually support it? If your business, if your pastries are fantastic, just share your problems with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I actually started early this year. It's just barely 2 months old business. So 150, as I rightly said, is not enough to solve the equipment I needed in this business. There are some other things I needed under that equipment in this baking stuff. But the most pressing need I need now is the oven to bake cake. That one, if I'm able to have that, I'm able to solve so many problems of people in the community. Because where I reside, there are a lot of activities going on there, like birthday parties, and where I can supply cakes. So based on the nature of my the business, it's just still coming up. I've not been able to raise that amount, but with the help, I think I will be able to. If I have those equipment, I'll be able to get up to 500,000 within now till the end of the year.
That's within 1 quarter you will get 500,000.
500,000.
If you had a 150,000 naira.
To get the oven.
Just that oven.
Just that oven.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the chin-chin, I can do that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I have a quick question for you. First, your business idea, what you just pitched now is something I've been already existing. People, I bet you have over 1,000 or 2,000 Namberians doing similar thing you're doing right now. So what is scalable now? What will make your business unique, different from what they're doing? You mentioned, I was listening to you mention quality. And everybody also making the same quality. They are giving out best quality. I ate one before coming here now. So what will make you outstanding, and what will make you, I know that's what they call business traction. And you mentioned you need 150K, and before 6 months time you get 500K. And I'm sure if the business is that scalable, you don't have good amount of people doing similar thing in Anambra, maybe you shouldn't be looking for 150,000. I'm sure you would have made good amount of money to run that business. So how can you get that target audience? How can you be sure that getting that money you can be able to get people? You know, the market is already saturated already. A lot of people know where they get those meat pie, even more classic one. So how can you challenge them? You know, I don't want to mention them, we have a lot of them in Anambra here. So what will make you unique? And what will bring people come down, leaving their place to come here to a place to come and trade?
Thank you very much. I know that I have numerous persons involved in this baking aspect. First, the number one thing I do is the quality. I go out for quality. I like food. So if I want to buy food, I make sure that it's quality. So the thing is, what makes me different or outstanding is the quality. It's not the quantity. So many of us, if you look at the meat pie that they gave us now, it's nice. But so many persons might prefer other persons to this one that they put. Sorry, I don't know who baked it. There are something you have to add to it to make it different. Is the ingredients. When it comes to the baking, we have different recipes in baking. So if the bite alone of the meat pie, it will make it different.
All right, because of time, let's go to some. All right, let's have to the next person. Listen. But if I have time, I would like to engage with you. So you'll need a lot to be able to scale. What you're saying is totally different and off.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chidima Kevin. I'm mostly known as Marietta. So I'm so many things, but today I'm a blockchain preceptor and also a community manager. So preceptor, educator, and a community manager. I'm a student of UNIZIK, Nnamdi Azikiwe University here in Oka, 200 level. So imagine a situation whereby everyone in this hall, I don't know, how many people here are tapping Hamster and TapSwap? Anybody? Thank you so much. So everybody here is almost doing. All right, attention please.
Please, can we have her, not you?
Thank you so much. So imagine most of us are into tapping, dropping, without knowing the use cases and the utility the Web3 ecosystem brings, right? So most of them believe that, okay, this is going to take you out from 20s, and at the end of the day, you might just get like $2 or $10 out of why you are expecting to gain like millions of naira. Maybe because you are not doing it well, or you don't know the other means of making money in the ecosystem. Now, imagine in this building now that each and every one of us have to contribute like 500 naira each. And we are going to fund a particular set of developers, let's say 3 persons, a front end, a smart contract deployer, and also a project manager. Then their aim is to create a token that we, the Anambarians, are going to be using maybe for a particular utility, let's say to buy a water or to transport yourself from one place to another. Then we now make use of the social media to advertise what the token is all about, and people get to invest their time and data, which is the tapping airdrop that you people are doing. Then at the end of the day, maybe let's say when the token is being launched, you that invested 500 naira might be getting 1,000 multiple of what you initial deposit. Reason is because more people are holding the token that you just bring into existence. That's brings about what the innovation of Satoshi Nakamoto did. He was a man on his own, thinking on how to bring the innovation of permissionless transaction, whereby you can be in the center of your monetary value. You don't need the central government to take or to check your. All right, you don't need the federal government to know how much you have in your bank account, right? You can do transaction you can send money from here to the South Africa or any international country without time barrier or any middleman ecosystem, right? So now what our project is all about is to
Thank you very much. In very simple terms, what do you need? Why are you pitching?
Okay, we have a community where we train builders to develop a particular project, be it token or a project that allow people to transact with one another.
What do you need? Why
We
are
need
you
a
pitching?
facility like a hub, maybe a paid environment where we can invest in the lives of the youth so that they will have something for themselves, like skill, technical skill in Web3 technology, and also to bring innovation, like think out something to build that will bring more innovation to the state.
Well, thank you very much. But you still have not answered my question on what you need. Because just by listening to you, the only thing I have in my mind is to tell Ike to bring you to SID so you can teach them, because there's a community, there's a hub there. I can even talk to the other guy, Isaac, their ICE hub. You become a resource person and do this thing probably for free. So what are you pitching for in Naira and Kobo? Because the essence of this pitch is for, you know, the young people here to get access to some funding to move their ideas forward. So in Naira and Kobo, what are you asking for from the MBC who are willing to fund your idea?
Okay, lastly, like last few months, we trained like 10 persons, but the training was not complete due to lack of accommodation, like where they are going to stay. And we make inquiry of how like a room or an apartment that will accommodate 3 persons or 5.
Where is this taking place?
In Ifite, okay.
You have to talk to Ike after now, so thank you very much. Thank you very much. Maybe
thank
after
you
that
so
you talk
much.
to Ike.
So her problem is solved.
Hold on. Since you are the last person here, I want to tell you something about sometimes being very brilliant is a problem. Over brilliance, na problem. Under brilliance, na problem. You were talking over my head. I used to think I have the capacity to understand things more than above, just like above average. But I didn't. But I am thrilled that you are an undergraduate, not just an undergraduate, a sophomore student, a student of second year, right? And you have this. I am seeing a geek. Do you do coding? Or do you do networking? Or to break it down, because I want you to be able, you are a very pretty girl. You can pitch even to Bill Gates and get money. So, do you do coding? Do you do networking? Or do you do, what? I don't understand.
Okay.
I'm going to give you honest. What are
All right, can I answer that? I'm a community manager. Like I organize hackathon. I'm not a developer, but I have developers under me that we can work on a particular project and deliver within a specific time. Do you understand? So now I've organized hackathons for projects like Base. If you are into Web3 space, you understand what ETH means, Ethereum blockchain, and stuff like that.
All right.
So we want to bring that ecosystem down to our state, whereby we can build something like what UNN students have done. They are the only community that have, built a token, deploy it in this south region, and their token is in the system. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Because of time, just last one. How do I make money from your business? If I want to invest into your business, I'm interested as a businessman. How do I get my money back?
Okay, you get your money back through the project we are building. It depends on the project that we're investing on. So for instance, if we are investing on a token, maybe meme token or a cheat token, it's possible that you invest like, let's say 1 million to hold the liquidity so that other people, like most of us here that are doing airdrop, can believe that this project will succeed, they will buy it. And the more we have more holders and adoption, the more your money multiplies. The actual money that you are going to make is not fixed because it's kind of an ocean of what? Liquidity. The money is kind of multiples of your initial investment. I don't know if you understand my answer, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Just hold on.
I think we are supposed to even have her as a facilitator now. We appreciate that one, and it's different from everything we've heard. Yes, so I'm counting on my judges to deliver judgment, and I trust that with the caliber of eggheads that we have on this table, only the best of the best can emerge winner from this thorough process. So can we quieten down as we get set to know who carries the day? I believe you've learned something from this process because nobody knows. You might be the next person to pitch somewhere. Yes, you might be the next to pitch somewhere. You already know what to put in your pitch. That once you have done an entry, you write down what you will address just in case you are invited to pitch. It can just be half page or 1 page. Memorize it so that when you're called, you talk to the main points immediately in a manner that convinces the faculty that you're the best for the prize. Now I'm going to talk to our participants, our pitchers. The winner is here. The winner is here. Are you the winner?
Yes, I am.
How sure? How sure are you? How sure are you? How I don't know how best to ask that question. What makes you confident that you are the winner?
Okay, based on the presentation of my business plan, I had a vision and I have targeted places where my business can be done, both from the place of purchase to the place of sale. And also, much interest can be gained in my business based on how I explained to them that a single product being purchased from where I will be buying will earn me an interest that will be double or more than from where I bought it. So I'm very sure I will get empowered.
He is very definite about getting empowered. I wish you all the best. Now let's hear from a lady. You know you're going to make a dress for me, right? Because you're wearing something good and you made it. All right. So, are you going to win this and why do you think so?
The fact that I'm standing here, I'm a winner already, as you told us earlier. So I believe I can win this as well because I was able to tell the judges and the audience what it is I want to do. And I believe they've seen the problems and the solutions I've given to them. So I believe I can be a winner.
She believes that she can win because she's already a winner. All right. We just have a few more minutes to go. The time span of this event. Yes. Okay, sir.
If you like later, but you will thank me tomorrow. If you go to a business school, there is something called elevator pitch. Anybody who went to a good business school will know what is called elevator pitch.
An elevator pitch is 3 seconds. Highest, 3 minutes. Do you know why it is called an elevator pitch? You may be going to look for a job or for a contract in an organization, and you've been going there several times. But lo and behold, you are on the ground floor and the elevator arrives. And they say, maybe the receptionist say, hey, okay, MD, enter. Okay, another person. And you walk in. You find yourself instantly with the chief executive. You are going to his office in the same elevator. And he's going to maybe 4th floor, 5th floor, or whatever. That time you are together with him is a close-up time for you to talk your business, because you may not see him forever. And then you open up Oga. Now this company now they go since I want to do this, do this, do this, do this, and he will say, this is my card, call me. That is what is called elevator pitch. Condense, summarize, high point all you need in 3 seconds, or at most 3 minutes. That is for those who are going to skyscrapers. You know, normally the chief executive stays in the last floor sometimes. Do you understand? And what do you do? First, your name in pitching. First, your name. 2, the name of your project. What your project will bring to the company first. Then what you intend to do in the project before you begin to tell your grandfather's story or your grandmother's story. Learn this. It will help you. If you don't get anything here, I want to sell oranges to this company because they produce fruit juice. And if they have the orange brand, they will be #1 in the market. Have I not convinced him? I've told why I want to supply is that I will supply you at 5 naira. Others give you 10 naira. That is it. Condense it and get yourself done. That is what I have found here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sechuka Nabife. One thing, I want to say something about Sechuka. I have hardly seen who feel the urgency to pour into young people without any expectation. But I saw that in the man we have here. He was invited to this event really late, but he came here and he's been with us since morning. So that is not something I'm going to take for granted. Thank you so much for always prioritizing young people. I have known you like that and you have not changed. God bless you, sir. Thank you. So now, we are ready. My judges are ready, and Madam will speak to us in a moment. If your name is on the book of life, I hope you haven't gone, because there are goodies for you.
Okay, so there is something important we really need to do. This is going to be like the grand finale. So, judges, please permit me. There are a few people. The hall is almost half empty. But, my friend, what's your name again? Gloria, come forward, please. So one of the reasons I'm calling Gloria is because Gloria came really very early. And Gloria is still here till now. So I want us to give her a round of applause. And I have a small gift for Gloria. Just a small gift for Gloria. So I guess coming early and staying through an event also matters. So Gloria, are you smiling or are you angry? All right, thank you. You can go back to your seat. There are also a few people who answered questions while we were having sessions. I don't know if the MC has their names. Please, can we call them? And hopefully they've not gone.
Yes, I will call them.
Okay, so we have, oh God, Abo. No, that's Gloria. Yeah, so she's done. So I remember her because I called her up. Bana Iyohila. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Please come. Thank you very much. So that's yours. Then we have Odogu Temple. Is Odogu Temple around? Okay. I know. Then we also have Christian Abel. Thank you, Christian. Then we have Martins Eforene. I hope I'm correct. Martins.
Ojeheri, Efogene, Martins.
Okay, Martins, are you here? But please hang on. So the reason I wanted to do this because I know very much that this is the grand finale, and once we do this, party is over. I want to thank each and every one of us. Please, let's be seated. I want to thank each and every one of us that submitted their pitch, and also for each and every one of us here. The truth is that we cannot give everybody, and we just have 100,000 naira to provide for the winning pitch. That does not mean that your pitch is not good. I'm saying this because some of us may go home discouraged. I can tell you I saw some pitches on environmental friendly paint, very good one, but just because of the time frame and also the amount we are looking at, there is no need to call you up. So don't feel that your pitch is not good. But before we also call on the winner, there's something else I need to tell us to do. YouTube is your friend. Check out Shark Tank. What did I say? Learn how to pitch from that video. You will be surprised. There's one of the videos that even Steve Jobs did not get funding because his pitch at that time was not good. So you can imagine if world billionaires are also pitching, how about you and I? It's just for us to learn ourselves. You never can tell. You can be stepping out and you'll be saying, God, help me, and the next thing, that your beautiful pitch you just wrote here, you will see somebody who will be ready to listen to you, but just like one of our judges said, just for 1 minute only or 3 seconds. Okay, quickly, tell me. And that's the elevator pitch. Please go and learn about the elevator pitch as well. Okay. So have yours. Thank you very much. And that being said, so can we do stand up for the champion? Sing it first. Let's do. Oh, everybody stand up for the champion. Before we call the champion, let's stand up for the champion.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
So now that we've stood up for the champion, I would like to call Ifeanyi Bane for. If anyone stay there. Okay, so sir, please come forward. No, bring it, don't worry. Okay, so Ifeanyi Banefo won this elevation pitch or business pitch. There were several reasons why she did, but I just want to let us know, like I mentioned, all of us here are winners. All of us here also behind are winners. But for this very second, she's the one that won this pitch. And I believe all of us here will win other pitches in the future. So, Ifeanyi, congratulations.
Maven. I don't get a lot. God do it.
All right. Want to say thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Please don't leave here without collecting your certificate. I want to actually beg you all to not leave here without collecting your certificate. If you have not eaten, don't forget, you need to eat. There is still food. Please don't leave. You're going to actually get your food before leaving here. And also, I want to crave your indulgence that please, once you've collected your certificate, please post on your LinkedIn, tag Nigerian Bottling Company. I'm not the MC. I'm still going to pass the mic down to the MC for the MC to give the final remarks. So, on behalf of us, I want to say thank you guys for showing up. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for everything you've done. We are here to say thank you. And one thing I also want you all to know is you need to network. Network with everyone who has come here. Don't be left out and ensure you are not left alone. All right, so I'm passing the mic down to the MC of the day as we come to the end of this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mr. Mayowa. Thank you as well to Mrs. Ifeoma Okoye. We appreciate you for all of this. Please, I believe that you're already following Nigerian Bottling Company across social media. If you haven't done that, please quickly follow them. There is also the Youth Empowered page, Youth Empowered on Instagram. Ensure you're following that page because this is just the beginning. Look out for the facilitators. Mrs. Ifeoma Okoye is on LinkedIn. Look out for her. Tag her on post. All the facilitators, the NBC mentors who came here today, ensure to network with them and follow what they do, comment on their posts, and be in their constant remembrance. I am grateful that we had a fantastic event. Thank God for today. And on behalf of the sponsors of this great event, Nigerian Bottling Company Limited, the facilitator, Mind the Gap, my name is Ife Arono, and I am appreciative of everyone who stayed till this time. Thank you so much, and I will definitely see you at the top. God bless you. See you next time. Have a safe trip back home. DJ.
If you know, you know. But if you don't know, you know.
Wow.
Now you know. Now you know. If you know, you know. The big ballers in town. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them. Yes. Agba baller. How much is money? It's nothing. Ballin'. Premium or nothing. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Now you know. Forget what they know them. Yes. Money